Hello, welcome. If you enjoy these stories, check that you left a quick review and drop a comment where you're listening from. It can be where you're listening from, your favorite episode, anything. It's a small way to contribute and tell the algorithm to recommend my stories to more people like you. Somewhere beneath the streets of Vatican City, there are 53 miles of shelves, 12 centuries of letters, treaties, confessions, and secrets, all sealed behind walls that most of humanity will never see. For 2,000 years, the Catholic Church has been the longest-running institution on earth. And in that time, it has accumulated not just spiritual authority, but something far more dangerous: information. Tonight we're opening 9 doors the Vatican never wanted unlocked. Behind some of them, you'll find buried documents that rewrote 700 years of history. Behind others, billions of dollars that vanished from charity into luxury real estate. And behind the last door, the one they kept sealed the longest, you'll find what the Vatican knew about the Holocaust. May 4th, 1998, inside the Apostolic Palace of Vatican City, Commander Alois Estermann has just received the appointment of a lifetime. He is the new head of the Pontifical Swiss Guard, the oldest continuously serving military unit in the world. 500 years of history condensed into one title. His wife, Gladys Mesa Romero, is with him in their Vatican apartment. They should be celebrating. Somewhere in the barracks, a few hundred meters away, 23-year-old Corporal Cedric Tornay is not celebrating. He is loading his service weapon. Now, what happens next takes place inside 44 hectares of sovereign territory. Territory where Italian police have no jurisdiction. Territory where the Vatican investigates itself. Remember that. It matters. The details come from the official Vatican report and from the people who spent decades challenging every word of it. At approximately 8:45 p.m., gunshots echo through the ancient corridors. Renaissance paintings stare down from the walls, impassive as they have for centuries. Within minutes, Vatican security finds 3 bodies: Commander Estermann, his wife, and Corporal Tornay, his service pistol beside him. 3 people dead inside the walls of Vatican City, the most violent incident in the world's smallest sovereign state in modern history. The Vatican's response? 24 hours. That's all it took. Official statement. Corporal Tornay, upset about being denied a military decoration, the Benemerenti Medal, murdered the commander and his wife, then turned the gun on himself. Case closed. No outside investigators needed. No Italian forensics team admitted through the gates. But here's where it unravels. 3 independent forensic analysts would later examine the available evidence, and each one raised the same questions. The body positioning didn't match the official narrative. The ballistic evidence was inconsistent. Estermann had been appointed commander that very day. The timing seemed impossibly precise for a soldier angry about a medal denial. Cedric Tornay's mother, Muguette Baudard, would spend the next 2 decades demanding an independent investigation. She never got one. The Vatican's walls held sovereign territory, internal matter, case closed. But the case isn't closed, not for her, not for the forensic experts, and not for us. Because what happened that night inside Vatican City is one of 9 secrets the Vatican hoped the world would simply forget. But that is not where this story begins. To understand why the Vatican guards its secrets with the ferocity of a sovereign nation, to understand why those walls exist, not just in stone, but in law, in protocol, in centuries of institutional reflex, we start with the place where those secrets are kept. Welcome, Midnight Magnates. This is Mr. Calder. As the world goes quiet, we step into the shadows to uncover the stories that built our world. If you enjoy listening or falling asleep to the hidden history of power, fortunes made, and the human nature behind the price of greatness, then this is the place for you. To understand what happened in Florence on the 26th of April, 1478, you have to understand that the man who set it in motion was not a gangster, or a warlord, or a foreign king. He was the Vicar of Christ. His name was Sixtus IV of the Della Rovere family, and he had been Pope for 7 years. He was, by the standards of his office, an ambitious man, and his ambition had a very specific shape. It was shaped like his family. Sixtus wanted his nephew, Girolamo Riario, to become a real prince. Not a churchman, not a courtier, but a lord with land of his own in the rich territory of the Romagna. And the thing standing between Girolamo Riario and that little principality was a banker in Florence named Lorenzo de' Medici. Now, Lorenzo was not a soldier either. The Medici were merchants. They had made their fortune the modern way, with ledgers and loans and a banking network that reached across Europe. But money, at that level, is power. When the Pope needed to finance an ambition, he often needed the Medici Bank to do it. And Lorenzo had discovered something intoxicating. He could say no. He could decline the loans. He could block the alliances. When Sixtus wanted to install his own man, Francesco Salviati, as Archbishop of Pisa, a city in Florence's sphere, Lorenzo simply refused to recognize him. To a pope, that refusal was more than an inconvenience. It was an obstruction, over and over, by a man who held no crown and no cathedral, only a counting house. And somewhere in those years of being told no, the resentment in Rome hardened past the point of politics into intent. The Medici had another enemy in this, closer to home. A rival Florentine banking family called the Pazzi, older, prouder, and quietly furious at living in the Medici's shadow. It was the Pazzi who had recently taken the papal banking account away from the Medici, which tells you exactly where their loyalties and their ambitions lay. So here were the pieces, all resting on the same board. A pope who wanted the Medici gone so his nephew could rise. A rival family who wanted them gone so they could take their place. And a soldier's understanding, shared quietly among all of them, that the only way to truly remove Lorenzo de' Medici was to remove him permanently. What none of them had solved yet was the practical problem, the problem of how. The difficulty was this. Lorenzo de' Medici had a younger brother, Giuliano, handsome, popular, the golden boy of Florence, and any plan that killed one brother but left the other alive would not end the Medici. It would simply create an heir with a blood grievance and an army's worth of goodwill behind him. To succeed, the conspiracy needed both brothers in the same place, at the same moment, unguarded. And in the Florence of 1478, There was really only one occasion that reliably put both Medici brothers in a single room, seated, still, and surrounded by so many people that no one would notice a few extra men moving among them. High Mass in the cathedral. So that is what they chose. The plotters, the Pazzi, the Pope's nephew Riario, the Archbishop Salviati, arranged a grand celebration at the Duomo of Florence, ostensibly to honor a visiting teenage cardinal, Raffaele Riario, another of the Pope's young relatives. It was the perfect cover. A church full of worshippers. A ceremony everyone of standing was expected to attend. And in the middle of it, the two men they intended to kill. They hired a professional for the work, a seasoned mercenary captain named Giovanni Battista da Montesecco, a man who had killed before and would presumably kill again. And here we arrive at the single detail that I want you to hold on to for the rest of this story, because it tells you everything about what was really happening. Montesecco, the hardened soldier, the man of blood, refused. Not out of mercy, out of a line he would not cross. He would not commit murder inside a church, at the altar, during the Mass. That, to a professional killer, was a step too far. So the conspirators found men who would. They reassigned the killing of Lorenzo to two priests, Antonio Maffei da Volterra and Stefano da Bagnone, clergymen who, unlike the mercenari, were apparently untroubled by the venue. Giuliano would be handled by Francesco de Pazzi himself, and a companion named Bernardo Bandini. Sit with that for a moment, in the quiet. The soldier drew the line. The priests did not. And that inversion, the men of God more willing to profane the altar than the man of war, is not a flourish, I'm adding. It is the historical record. And here is a small thing worth noticing, because it is going to matter again and again tonight. The reason we know any of this, the reason we know the mercenary balked, that priests were substituted, that the archbishop was to seize the government, while the brothers were being killed, is that Montesecco was later captured. And before he died, he confessed, in detail. A careful, written confession that survives to this day and forms the backbone of everything historians can say about the plot. He was a knight, and so he was granted the mercy of beheading rather than hanging. But his real legacy is the document. In this story, as in so many others, what we're really tracing is not just the crime. It's the question of what got written down, what survived, and who got to keep it. The plot was loaded. All it needed now was the signal. There is a moment in the Catholic Mass, the most sacred moment of all, when the priest lifts the consecrated host above his head, the point at which, in Catholic belief, bread becomes the body of Christ. When that happens, the congregation bows its head. Every head in the cathedral goes down at once in reverence. That was the signal, not a shout, not a drawn sword, the bowing of the faithful. On the morning of April the 26th, 1478, inside the crowded Duomo of Florence, the host was raised. Heads dropped, and in that instant of collective devotion, when everyone was looking down, when the whole room was, for a heartbeat, blind. The attackers moved. Giuliano de' Medici never had a chance. He was struck down there on the cathedral floor, in the middle of the congregation, and he did not get up. I am not going to walk you through the wounds. The record is precise about them, and it does not need to be repeated. What matters is that the beautiful, popular younger brother died on the marble, in the house of God, during the holiest instant of the week. But the priests assigned to Lorenzo were not soldiers. Their strike went wrong. Lorenzo was cut, a wound to the neck, but not killed. And the difference between a professional and an amateur is the difference between a man who dies and a man who fights. Lorenzo wrenched himself free. His friends threw themselves around him, a living shield of bodies, and half dragged, half carried him across the cathedral to the great bronze doors of the sacristy, the robing room with its heavy metal doors, and they hauled those doors shut behind them. And there, behind bronze, bleeding but alive, Lorenzo de' Medici waited while the cathedral screamed around him. Think about the position of the plotters in that exact moment. They had committed the most shocking act imaginable: murder at the altar, before hundreds of witnesses, and they had only half succeeded. One brother was dead, the other was alive, wounded, enraged, and locked in a room a few feet away, with the entire loyalty of the city about to wake up around him. A conspiracy that half works is not a conspiracy that half succeeds. It is one that has fully failed and simply doesn't know it yet. The plot had a second half, and the second half was political. At the very moment of the killing, Archbishop Salviati slipped away to seize the Palazzo della Signoria, the seat of Florence's government, to take control of the city while it was leaderless with shock. It did not go the way he imagined. Salviati and his men got inside the palace and promptly got themselves trapped, tangled in its corridors and its cleverly locking doors, cut off from the square. And while the Archbishop was blundering through the government building, Florence woke up. The city did not need instructions. Word of what had happened in the Duomo spread through the streets, and the response was immediate and ferocious. This was a city that loved the Medici, and it had just learned they'd been butchered at mass by outsiders and traitors. The Florentines rose, and they were not gentle. Archbishop Salviati, a prince of the church, in his full archbishop's vestments, was thrown from a window of the Palazzo della Signoria with a rope around his neck and left hanging against the wall of the government palace for the whole city to see. The robes did not save him. In some accounts, the dying archbishop and the dying Francesco de' Pazzi, strung up beside him, are tangled together in their last moments. It was not justice in any orderly sense. It was a city's rage, and it went on. Over the following months, roughly 80 people were executed for the conspiracy. The Pazzi family was not merely punished, it was erased. Their name was banned. Their coat of arms was chiseled off the walls of Florence. Their property was seized, their marriages dissolved, their very memory subjected to what the Romans had once called damnatio memoriae, the damnation of memory, the deliberate scrubbing of a family out of the record of the living. And Florence did not simply kill the conspirators, it made sure no one would forget what they were. Lorenzo commissioned the young painter Sandro Botticelli, yes, that Botticelli, to paint the hanged traitors on the exterior wall of the government palace above the customs house, their faces recognizable, their crimes lettered beneath them. It was execution turned into a permanent public accusation, a mural of shame the whole city would walk past for years. The Medici understood, even then, that killing your enemies is only half the work. The other half is controlling how they are remembered, a lesson Rome was about to teach right back to them. The conspiracy was annihilated. And that should have been the end of it. A failed plot, its authors destroyed, the surviving Medici victorious and grieving. But it was not the end, because the most powerful conspirator had not been in the cathedral that morning. He was in Rome, and he was not finished. Here is where the story turns from a Renaissance murder into something that belongs in this collection, because here is where the church does the thing this entire video is about. It controls the story. When the news reached Sixtus IV, the Pope was, by all accounts, enraged. But notice what enraged him. It was not that a plot he had backed had murdered a young man during the elevation of the host. It was that the Florentines had laid violent hands on a bishop. An archbishop of the church had been hanged from a window by a mob, and to Sixtus, that was the outrage that could not stand. So, the Pope acted, and he acted with the full spiritual arsenal of his office. He excommunicated Lorenzo de' Medici, the surviving victim, the man who had just watched his brother die at the altar. He placed the entire city of Florence under interdict, which meant that across the whole of the city, the sacraments stopped. No mass, no absolution, no burial in consecrated ground. Every ordinary Florentine soul, guilty of nothing, was cut off from the machinery of salvation itself, as punishment for a crime the Pope had helped set in motion. Having condemned them spiritually, he now moved to break them physically. Papal ally Naples, together with Urbino, invaded Florentine territory. The war was on. I want to be careful and fair here because it matters. It is not proven that Sixtus personally ordered the murder to happen inside the cathedral, at the altar. The evidence is that he backed the plot to overthrow the Medici and knew violence was intended. A pope can always leave himself that gap, the deniable inch between remove them and remove them there. But watch what he does with the aftermath, because that part is not deniable at all. The man who had wanted the Medici destroyed now stood before all of Christendom as the wronged party. The victim was declared the criminal. The survivor of an assassination was the one excommunicated. The city that defended itself was the one placed under interdict and invaded. This is the oldest move in the entire book, and you are going to see it again tonight in a dozen different costumes. The institution does not confess. it defines. Whoever gets to say what the crime was and who committed it has already won, and the Church, for a very long time, held that pen alone. There is a kind of justice in how this one ends, though not the kind that touched Rome. Lorenzo de' Medici, excommunicated, at war with the Pope, his city, under interdict and invaded by 2 armies, did something extraordinary. He gambled his own life on his own nerve. He left Florence and traveled, more or less alone, to Naples to sit down face to face with King Ferdinand, the very king whose armies were burning Florentine land, and to talk. Just talk. It was a colossal risk. He could easily have been seized or killed, and no one would have been surprised. Instead, he charmed and reasoned and maneuvered, and over the course of that visit, he peeled Naples away from the Papal Alliance. The war wound down. Florence survived, and Lorenzo came home not as a hunted man, but as a legend. The wounded banker who had walked out of a cathedral floor and out of a pope's war and won. From then on, history would know him by a single word: Il Magnifico, the Magnificent. The Pope kept his throne. He faced no earthly consequence at all. But he lost the one thing that, in the long run, this story turns on. He lost the argument about who the criminals were, because we are still telling it his way. No, we are telling it the true way. Machiavelli himself would later study this episode as a cold, textbook example of how sacred power and political violence fuse into a single instrument. The altar had been made a weapon, and the memory of it could not be scrubbed off the wall the way the Pazzi arms had been. We opened tonight on a pope who turned the holiest moment of the Mass into the signal for a killing, and then turned the sacraments themselves into a punishment for the survivors. Hold that shape in your mind, because it is the first move in a pattern we'll trace all the way to the last door. A living pope had desecrated a church to end one life. But nearly 600 years earlier, another pope had done something stranger still. He had desecrated a church to put a dead man on trial. To see how far this institution will go to control who is legitimate, we have to go back to a corpse dressed in papal robes, seated on a throne. To arrive at the strangest trial in the history of the Church, we have to travel back almost 600 years before Florence, to Rome at the very end of the 9th century, a Rome that had come loose from the world that once held it together. The great empire of Charlemagne, which had given Western Europe a shape, was collapsing into feuding fragments, and into that vacuum stepped the noble families of Rome, who had discovered a simple and profitable truth. Whoever controlled the Pope controlled Rome, and whoever controlled Rome had a claim on all of Italy. So the papacy became a prize, not a calling. A prize fought over by factions the way a fortress is fought over, because the man on the throne of St. Peter could bless your allies, crown your kings, and damn your enemies. Into this world came a pope named Formosus. He had been the Bishop of Porto, and he was, by the standards of the time, an able and serious man. But ability was not the currency of the age. Loyalty was. And Formosus, during his reign from 891 to 896, made a fateful choice. He crowned a rival claimant to the imperial throne over the candidate favored by the powerful house of Spoleto. In the arithmetic of Roman power, that was not a policy disagreement. It was a betrayal that the Spoleto faction would neither forgive nor forget. Formosus died in the spring of 896, a natural death in his bed, an old man at the end of a hard papacy. And for most people, in most times, death is where the account is closed. Whatever you did, whatever enemies you made, the grave is the one jurisdiction that no rival can follow you into. But the men who hated Formosus were not most people, and the Pope who would come after them had decided that the grave was not going to be an obstacle at all. After 2 brief, forgettable papacies, the throne passed to a man named Stephen VI, installed with the backing of Spoleto, carrying their grievance as his own. And Stephen had a plan for his dead predecessor. A plan that no one, before or since, has ever quite matched. In January of the year 897, on Stephen's order, men went to the tomb of Pope Formosus, dead now for the better part of a year, and they dug him up. I want you to picture the scene as plainly and as quietly as it deserves, because the horror of it is in the detail, not in any raised voice. They brought the body of the old Pope out of the ground. They dressed it, not in a shroud, in the full pontifical vestments of his office, the robes of a reigning pope, layered onto a corpse that had been in the earth for months. And then they carried him into the Basilica of St. John Lateran, the Cathedral of Rome itself, and they sat him upright on a throne to stand trial. This was not a symbolic gesture, not an effigy or a ritual curse. Stephen VI convened a real ecclesiastical court, with real judges and real charges and a real verdict to be handed down, the same kind of sacred space that, centuries later, the Pazzi would turn into a killing floor. Stephen turned into a courtroom, and seated in the dock, robed and silent on his throne, was a man who had been dead for 9 months. And you have to ask the question the whole scene begs. Why? Why go to such grotesque, elaborate lengths against a man already beyond any punishment? What could you possibly take from someone who has already lost everything, including his life? The answer is the thing this entire chapter turns on, and to see it, you have to understand what the trial was actually for. Stephen VI prosecuted the case himself. He stood in that basilica and he shouted his accusations at the body, at the slumped, robed figure on the throne that could not hear him, could not answer him, could not so much as lift its head. And because even a spectacle like this insisted on the forms of law, The court did something that I find genuinely difficult to describe without a certain dark astonishment. They appointed the corpse a defense attorney. A young deacon, terrified, one imagines beyond the power of words, was given the task of standing beside the body of Pope Formosus and answering the charges on its behalf. He was, in the eyes of that court, defense counsel for a 9 months dead pope, counsel for a client who could not instruct him, could not confer with him, could not be consulted on strategy, and could not, when the moment came, be comforted. Consider, for just a moment, the institutional mind that produces this. Here is a church willing to dig a man out of his grave, dress his corpse, and scream at it in front of a court, and yet so devoted to the appearance of proper procedure that it will not proceed without a defense counsel appointed for the dead. It is the logic of the bureaucracy, taken to its absolute, airless extreme. The paperwork must be in order, even when the paperwork concerns a body. The forms must be observed, even when observing them is an absurdity that would be comic, if it were not so ghastly. The court was scrupulous about everything, except the one thing that mattered, whether any of this should be happening at all. The charges themselves were technical, and that technicality is the key. Formosus was accused, above all, of having improperly moved from one bishopric to another, of leaving the See of Porto to become pope, when church law of the time frowned on a bishop abandoning his original diocese. Perjury, ambition, serving as a bishop after supposedly being reduced to the lay state, dry, procedural, canonical charges. But under the dry language was a live weapon. Because if Formosus had never legitimately been pope, if his elevation was unlawful, then everything he did as pope was void. Every appointment, every ordination, every priest and bishop he had raised up with his own hands was suddenly no priest and no bishop at all. And in a church that runs on exactly one currency, the unbroken, valid chain of who ordained whom, all the way back to the apostles, that is not a technicality. That is a bomb. The verdict was never in doubt. A court convened by the prosecutor, trying a defendant who cannot speak, arrives at precisely one destination. Formosus was found guilty. His ordinations were declared void, and just like that, a portion of the clergy of the Western Church woke up to discover that they were, in the eyes of Rome, no longer clergy. Men who had been ordained by Formosus now had to be reordained. Their entire spiritual standing thrown into doubt by a trial of a corpse. The bomb had gone off, and its blast radius was the legitimacy of the church itself. Then came the part that even a hardened Rome could not stomach. The 3 fingers of Formosus's right hand, the fingers a pope uses to give his blessing, were severed from the body. The pontifical robes were stripped away, and what remained was reburied, this time not as a pope, but as a layman, in a common grave. That still was not the end of it. The body was dug up a second time and thrown into the Tiber, the river that runs through Rome, the city's great artery and its great sewer. the place you dispose of what you want the current to carry away and forget. A pope, twice buried and finally cast into the water, to be erased not only from his office, but from the earth. The Tiber, though, gave him back. The story goes that a monk recovered the body from the water downstream and quietly kept it. And almost at once, something began to shift in the mood of the city. Rumors spread that the recovered body had begun to work miracles. The dead pope, so thoroughly desecrated, was becoming, in the imagination of ordinary Romans, something like a martyr. Stephen VI had overplayed his hand. He had reached for total control over the question of who was legitimate, and in reaching for it, he had shown the whole city exactly what his kind of power looked like when it was fully unleashed. It looked like a corpse on a throne with its blessing fingers cut away, and Rome recoiled. It came for Stephen quickly. Roman opinion, revolted by what it had witnessed, turned on him with the same speed and ferocity that Florence would one day turn on the Pazzi. Within months of the trial, Stephen VI was seized, stripped of his own office, thrown into prison, and there strangled. The man who had staged a trial to erase his predecessor was himself removed violently, and the throne moved on. And now watch what the church does next. The institution did not simply move on and let the memory stand as a warning. It set about making the whole thing unhappen. A caretaker pope, Theodore II, annulled the trial and had Formosus's body recovered from the river, reburied with full honors in St. Peter's, restored to his dignity as a pope. Then Pope John IX went further. He held synods that reaffirmed the annulment. He ordered the records of the trial destroyed. He excommunicated the clergy who had taken part in it, and he passed a law, an actual standing law of the church, forbidding anyone ever again from putting a dead person on trial. Look at the completeness of that. The verdict annulled, the body honored, the participants cast out, the records burned, the precedent outlawed. Every trace of the event that could be reached was either reversed or erased, not confessed, not preserved as a lesson, erased. Now, I want to be honest with you, because this collection lives or dies on being honest. There is a later chapter to the Formosus affair, a pope named Sergius III, who came to the throne a few years afterward, and who had actually sat on the original tribunal, and who reaffirmed the condemnation of Formosus and the invalidity of his ordinations. What you will sometimes hear is that Sergius held a second cadaver trial, that he had the body dug up and beheaded all over again. That did not happen. It is a garbled error from a hostile medieval chronicler, and it has been debunked. I mention it precisely because it would be easy and dramatic to leave it in, and I would rather tell you the true, slightly less lurid version. Sergius reaffirmed the verdict on paper. He did not stage a sequel. But the pattern of the true version is the one that matters, and it is the pattern of this whole night. Faced with a scandal it could not defend, The Church's instinct was not to explain it. It was to reach back into its own history and edit it, to destroy the record, rewrite the law, and let the event dissolve into something that officially never occurred. Whoever controls the record of who was legitimate controls the Church. Stephen understood that. And so, in the other direction, did the men who erased him. So, 2 doors open, 2 bodies, one thrown in the Tiber on purpose, one in a story still to come that simply vanished and was never found. Before we walk to that 3rd door, let me step out of the story for just a moment, because I owe you a genuine thank you. Sometime in the last little while, this quiet show passed 500 of you following along in the dark. 500 people who decided that the hidden history of power was worth falling asleep to. That means more than I can easily say. If one of these episodes has stayed with you, if there's a night you drifted off to one of these stories and woke up a little wiser, I'd love it if you do 3 small things whenever you happen to think of it. Share that episode with someone who'd appreciate it. Leave the show a rating if the app you're using allows it. It genuinely helps new listeners find us in the dark. And in the comments, tell me where in the world you're listening from and which secret, so far, has unsettled you the most. I read them. I always do. And now, the 3rd door. Because the 9th century showed us the Church could make a body disappear on purpose, into the river, and then out of its own memory. But the modern echo is stranger and sadder than that. It is not a body the Church got rid of. It is a body, it says, to this day, it simply cannot find. There are thousands of missing persons cases in the world, and most of them share a terrible sameness. A person is there, and then they are not, and the machinery of the state grinds into motion to find them. Police with jurisdiction, coroners with authority, courts that can compel a witness, open a record, force an answer. The case I want to tell you now is different from all of those in one specific way, and it is the way that has kept it unsolved for more than 40 years. Because the place this girl disappeared has no outside police who can enter it. No coroner from another country can rule on a body found inside its walls. No foreign court can subpoena its archives, or compel its officials to testify, or force it to do anything at all. It is a sovereign state, the smallest on earth, and it answers to no one. That is the fact you have to hold in your mind for the whole of this story. Not a girl vanished. That is common and heartbreaking and human. The uncommon thing, the thing that makes this a Vatican secret and not merely a tragedy, is that she vanished into the one jurisdiction on the planet that cannot be made to open its doors. Her name was Emanuela Orlandi. She was 15 years old, and she was not a tourist or a visitor. She was a citizen of Vatican City, one of only a few hundred people who actually live inside those walls. Her father, Ercole, worked for the prefecture of the pontifical household. The family had an apartment inside the Vatican itself. Emanuela was, in the most literal sense, a daughter of the place. On the evening of the 22nd of June, 1983, she left home to go to a music lesson in Rome. She was learning the flute, and she never came back. Somewhere between the lesson and home, a 15-year-old girl who lived inside the most watched, most walled, most policed few acres in the world simply ceased to be anywhere that anyone could find her. And the institution that owned the ground she'd grown up on, that employed her father, that held whatever records existed, became, from that night forward, both the grieving landlord and the immovable wall between her family and the truth. For an ordinary abduction, you would expect an ordinary demand, money, usually. What came instead told everyone involved that this was not ordinary at all. Within days of Emanuela's disappearance, callers began contacting the Vatican, claiming to hold her. And their demand was not money. It was the release of a man named Mehmet Ali Aka, the Turkish gunman, who, just 2 years earlier, in May of 1981, had stood in St. Peter's Square and shot Pope John Paul II. Take a moment to feel the vertigo of that. A schoolgirl goes missing on a Wednesday evening, and by the weekend, her name is being spoken in the same breath as an assassination attempt on the Pope, an act tangled up in the Cold War, in Turkish extremists, in whispered theories about Soviet intelligence. Overnight, a family's private agony was welded to the highest and darkest levels of world politics. Whoever placed those calls, if they held her at all, understood something chilling, that the life of a Vatican child could be used as a lever against the papacy itself. And here we hit the first sealed door, the pattern that will repeat in every section of this chapter. The calls are documented. That they happened is not in dispute, but who made them, and whether the callers ever truly held Emanuela, and what they actually wanted, none of that has ever been established. The demand may have been genuine. It may have been a manipulation, someone exploiting a tragedy to send a message. To this day, no one can say for certain. The case reached up into the machinery of nations, and the machinery closed around it and gave nothing back. And there is a detail here that deepens the strangeness rather than resolving it. Emanuela was not the only teenage girl to vanish from Rome that spring. About 40 days earlier, on the 7th of May, 1983, a 15-year-old named Mirella Gregori had left her family's apartment to meet someone and never returned. Mirella had no connection to the Vatican at all. An ordinary Roman girl from an ordinary family. And yet the two cases became bound together because some of the same anonymous callers who spoke of Emanuela also spoke of Mirella, tying the two disappearances into a single sprawling puzzle. Two 15-year-olds, 6 weeks apart, one inside the walls and one outside them, both swallowed by the same silence. More than 40 years later, both files are still open, and when the Italian state finally decided to investigate, it had to investigate them together. If not international intrigue, then perhaps something closer to the ground. For years, one of the most persistent theories tied Emanuela's disappearance not to Turkish gunmen, but to the Roman underworld, specifically to the Banda della Magliana, the crime syndicate that ran much of the city's organized crime in that era, and whose tendrils, some alleged, reached into the tangled finances of the Vatican Bank. In 2011, a former member of that gang said publicly that the Banda had abducted Emanuela, that she had been taken as leverage, a way to pressure the Vatican over money and debts. I want to be careful here, because this is exactly the kind of claim that sounds like a solution, and is not one. It came from a single former gangster decades later, and it was never corroborated by any physical evidence. But it pointed a finger, and the finger pointed at a name: Enrico de Pedis, a reputed boss of the Banda, known as Renatino. And here the story takes a genuinely strange turn. De Pedis, a gangster, had been buried, improbably, scandalously, inside a church, inside the Basilica of Sant'Apollinare, in the heart of Rome, a stone's throw from where Emanuela had last been seen. How a crime boss came to rest in consecrated ground in a Roman basilica is its own uncomfortable question. But because of the rumors, in 2012, the authorities did something almost unheard of. They opened his tomb, looking for any trace of the missing girl. They found De Pedis, and nothing else. No answer. No link. Another door opened, with the whole world watching, and behind it, only the man who was supposed to be there, and the same silence that had met every other search. By now you may be noticing the shape of this. Every few years, a new lead. Every lead, a search. Every search, an opening. And behind the opening, nothing that closes the case. The Vatican, watch closely, does not refuse to look. That is the sophistication of it. It looks. It opens graves on demand. And in doing so, it appears entirely transparent, while remaining the sole authority over what gets searched, and when, and how the result is explained to the world. There had already been a rehearsal for this in 2018, during renovation work on a building attached to the Vatican's own embassy in Rome, its nunciature. Workers uncovered human bones. Immediately, the old question rose again. Was this, at last, Emanuela? Prosecutors called in forensic experts to determine the age, the sex, the date of death, and the answer, when it came, closed the door as gently and as completely as all the others. The remains appeared to belong to a woman of around 30, not a girl of 15. Not her. Another set of bones. Another wave of hope. Another quiet correction. The clearest example came in July of 2019, acting on yet another anonymous tip. This one pointing to a cemetery on Vatican property at the Teutonic College, and even to a specific pair of tombs marked with an angel. The Vatican authorized the graves to be opened, with the press present, in the full light of day. The tombs were supposed to contain the remains of two 19th century German princesses. When they were opened, they were empty. Not empty of Emanuela, empty of anyone. The princesses were gone. So the search widened to two nearby ossuaries, repositories holding thousands of old bone fragments. Those were examined, catalogued, forensically dated, and the dating came back. The bones predated the 20th century entirely. None of them could be Emanuela. She was born in 1968. These were the dead of a much older Rome. Picture the Orlandi family in that stretch of days. Told, in effect, we may have found her. We are opening the graves. Made to hope, publicly, before cameras. And then told, empty tombs and bones too old to matter. The institution had opened its own graves on television and produced only a deeper, older mystery, and once again, framed the result itself, closed that specific thread itself, and moved on. There is no outside coroner in Vatican City. The Church searched, the Church measured, and the Church announced what the search had found. All three roles, one set of hands. For most of 40 years, the Orlandi family's great enemy was not a suspect. It was silence. The ability of the most centralized institution on earth to simply outlast attention, to let a case go quiet, to wait. Against that silence stood one man more than any other, Emanuela's brother, Pietro. He was a young man when his sister vanished, and he has grown old, refusing to let the case be forgotten. Decades of interviews, of pressing officials, of standing in St. Peter's Square, holding her picture on the anniversary of the day she disappeared, asking the same institution that employed his father to simply tell him what it knows. Notice what that means, and how exactly it fits the pattern of this whole night. The family did not merely wait for justice. They had to become the investigators themselves, because the one body with the power to compel answers was also the one body that had no interest in being compelled. Power protects itself most of the time, not by fighting the accuser, but by outlasting them. And it very nearly outlasted Pietro Orlandi. What it did not count on was that he would refuse to grow tired. And what finally broke that silence was not a court and not a police force. It was a television series. In October of 2022, Netflix released a 4-part documentary called Vatican Girl, and it did what 4 decades of Italian investigation had not. It made Emanuela Orlandi a household name across the entire world. Millions of people who had never heard of her suddenly knew the outline of the case, and the pressure of that global attention began, at last, to move things that had not moved in years. I have to handle one part of this carefully, and I am going to handle it exactly as the evidence demands, and no further. Amid the renewed attention, the series surfaced a second-hand account from a childhood friend of an alleged unwanted advance by a senior figure years before the disappearance. I want to be completely clear about what that is. It is a single, second-hand, unverified allegation, naming no one officially, proven by nothing. It involves a minor, and for that reason, above all, I will not dramatize it, will not build a theory on it, and will not lend it weight it has not earned. I mention it only because it existed in the public conversation, and because you deserve to know that I am choosing not to sensationalize it. That is a choice. Not everyone telling this story has made it. What the attention did produce, on the record, was extraordinary in its own right. In April of 2023, the sitting Pope, Francis, was moved to respond publicly to the theories swirling around his predecessor, calling insinuations against the beatified John Paul II baseless. Sit with the strangeness of that image. A reigning Pope, the sovereign of Vatican City, compelled to answer on camera for a schoolgirl's cold case. Not because a court demanded it, but because a streaming documentary had made the silence too loud to maintain. The lever that finally moved the immovable was not law. It was culture. And so, under that pressure, the doors began to open again, genuinely, officially, in more than one place at once. In January of 2023, the Vatican's own prosecutor, Alessandro Didi, reopened the investigation from inside the walls. By that summer, he transmitted Vatican-held evidence across the border to the prosecutors of Rome. In November of 2023, the Italian Senate went further and opened a parliamentary inquiry, a multi-year investigation by the state itself. And in 2024, the Vatican confirmed something the family had long suspected, that it holds a dossier on the case. A file kept inside the walls for decades. You would think all of this, a reopened Vatican investigation, a reopened Roman investigation, a parliamentary inquiry, an acknowledged dossier. You would think all of it, together, would finally produce an answer. And here is the ending of this chapter, which is really the ending you have felt coming since the first sentence. It has not. As of now, the file is open in 2 jurisdictions at once, and there is still no body, no charge, no arrest, no confirmed remains, no established cause, and no named hand. After more than 40 years and every kind of search, the single most documented fact about Emanuela Orlandi remains her absence. Every other institution on Earth, when a child vanishes, is eventually answerable to something larger than itself. A higher court, a national police, an outside power that can force the doors. The Vatican is answerable to no such thing. It is the crime scene and the coroner and the archive and the court and the sovereign all at once, all the same walls. And when an institution holds all of those roles, the case is still open, stops being a failure of the investigation. It becomes, quietly, the most honest description of the institution's deepest instinct, to control not whether the truth comes out, but when, and to be the only party with a key to that particular door. For 40 years, the world has asked 2 questions about Emanuela Orlandi. Was she real? And where did she go? The Vatican has answered only the first. She was undeniably real. Her absence is the most certain thing about her. But the next door in this building opens onto the exact opposite mystery. A figure the whole of Europe was once certain had sat on the throne of St. Peter, a woman, and whom historians today are just as certain never existed at all. If a real girl can vanish and leave only questions, then it's worth asking how a woman who never lived left 400 years of belief behind her. I am going to tell you the next story exactly the way medieval Europe told it, with one honest asterisk that I will keep tapping the whole way through. Because for something like 400 years, serious, educated, literate Christians across Europe believed this was history, not legend, not folklore. History. And the truth of what it was and why they believed it is more interesting than the tale itself. The story goes like this. Sometime in the 9th century, there was a young woman of extraordinary intelligence, English in the fullest version, though raised in the German city of Mainz. She fell in love with learning at an age when learning was closed to women, and so she did the only thing that would let her pursue it. She disguised herself as a man. As a young man, she studied. She went to Athens. She followed the great currents of scholarship the way an ambitious student always has, and eventually those currents carried her to Rome, the center of the Christian world, the place where a brilliant mind could rise. And rise she did. Under her assumed name, John Anglicus, John the Englishman, she moved up through the ranks of the church on the strength of her intellect alone, until she was so respected, so trusted, so obviously capable, that when the papal throne fell vacant, she was elected pope. A woman, on the throne of St. Peter. And for roughly 2 years, the story says, she reigned, and no one knew. The secret held until a single catastrophic moment. During a papal procession through the streets of Rome, the Pope on horseback, the whole city watching, she went into labor. She had, the legend says, become pregnant, and there in the street, in front of everyone, she gave birth. The disguise, the reign, the whole impossible construction collapsed in an instant of the most public exposure imaginable. In the earliest and cruelest tellings, the crowd turns on her at once. I'll leave the scene there, implied, because the drama of it is not the point. The point is what came after, not for her, but for the story. Because that image, the Pope giving birth in the road, was so vivid, so unforgettable, that it lodged itself in the European imagination and would not leave for 4 centuries. Here is the question worth asking, and it is a better question than, did it happen? How did serious people carry this as fact for 400 years? The written trail starts later than you'd think. The earliest surviving version comes from a French Dominican named Jean de Maille, writing around the year 1250, more than 4 centuries after the events it describes supposedly took place. The fuller, more famous version comes from another Dominican, Martin of Opava, late in the 13th century, and it is Martin who does the fateful thing. He slots her neatly into the official timeline of popes, giving her a place, a date, a reign to sit in. Once she had a slot in the list, she had the appearance of a fact. And then the machinery of belief took over, the same machinery that keeps any good false story alive. Chroniclers copied earlier chroniclers, and each copy made the last one look better sourced. Dominican preachers used her as a ready-made moral parable about pride and deception, which spread the tale from every pulpit. A bust in Siena Cathedral was said to be labeled with her name and counted among the popes. The story even generated its own physical relic, a strange, perforated ceremonial chair called the sedia stercoraria, A real object, probably a repurposed antique Roman seat, which folk belief eventually attached to a ritual in which new popes were supposedly checked to confirm they were, in fact, male. The chair was real. The verification ritual is almost certainly folklore layered onto it after the fact. But you can see how it works. A real object seems to confirm a false story, and the false story explains the real object, and around it goes. But none of that is the deepest reason the legend stuck. The deepest reason is the one that belongs in this collection. People believed a woman could secretly seize the papacy because the papacy had, demonstrably, been captured before by hidden, unofficial power. That part was not invented. In the very century the legend is set near, real Roman noblewomen would make and unmake popes, install their lovers, elevate their sons, run the holiest office on earth as a family concern. We are going to spend a whole chapter on exactly those women later tonight, and I promise you it is documented history, not myth. The legend of Pope Joan is that true anxiety wearing a costume. Europe sensed, correctly, that the throne of St. Peter could be quietly taken by someone it was never meant for, and folklore gave that sense a face and a name, and a terrible scene in a Roman street. So who finally took the story apart? And here the story turns strange, because it is the exact opposite of how every other secret in this video comes undone. His name was David Blondel, and he was a French Protestant historian of the 17th century. Now, understand what that means in context. A Protestant in the 1600s had every possible motive to keep the legend of Pope Joan alive. A woman secretly ruling as Pope, deceiving the entire Catholic Church for 2 years, exposed by giving birth mid-procession. It is almost the perfect anti-Catholic story, a gift to anyone arguing that Rome was corrupt and fallible at its very core. Blondel was on the team that stood to gain. And in 1647, he took it apart anyway, on the evidence. He did what a good historian does and simply checked the calendar. The death of Pope Leo IV is well documented. The 17th of July, 855, and the election of his successor, Benedict III, followed so promptly and is so well attested that there is no gap, no empty stretch of 2 years into which a secret female papacy could possibly fit. The timeline is full. There is no room for her. Then he did something even more telling. He pointed at the silence. In the 9th century, the papacy had enemies, powerful, literate, motivated enemies who would have paid a fortune for a scandal like this. Chief among them, the Byzantine patriarch Photios in Constantinople, who was locked in a bitter dispute with Rome and who documented every papal failing he could find. If a woman had been unmasked as Pope, Photios is precisely the man who would have shouted it from every rooftop in the Eastern Church. He never mentions it. No contemporary does. And historians read that silence correctly as some of the strongest evidence there is that it simply never happened. The dog that didn't bark. The modern consensus is flat and unanimous. The standard reference works, including the Oxford Dictionary of Popes, state it plainly: no contemporary evidence, and a timeline that makes her impossible. There was a small flurry in 2018 when someone tried to revive the theory using coin evidence, arguing the papal sequence had been misdated. Mainstream historians looked at it and set it aside. I note it and move on, exactly as they did. So why give a whole chapter to a woman who never existed? Because Pope Joan is one of the most searched Vatican secrets there is, and because the honest answer is more useful than the myth. This is the one door tonight that opens onto an empty room, and I wanted to open it anyway, in the daylight, and show you it's empty, precisely because the whole rest of this video asks you to trust me about rooms that are full. When the shocking thing isn't true, I am going to tell you it isn't true. That's the deal. And notice what made the empty room feel so full for 400 years. A story needs no author and no evidence to rule people's imaginations. It needs only a receptive audience, and an audience becomes receptive when the lie sits on top of a truth. Europe believed a hidden hand could steal the papacy because a hidden hand really had. The legend was folklore doing what folklore does, metabolizing a real fear into a story you can remember. Which sets up the far stranger case, and the one that is entirely real. Because a false story that people merely believed is one thing. What do you do with a false document, a forgery, with an author and a purpose and an official seal that the Church itself used as true for 700 years to claim the right to rule? Pope Joan was a fabrication that governed belief. The next door opens on a fabrication that governed Europe. From a woman who was never on the throne to the piece of paper that put the papacy on every throne in the West. I want to introduce an idea now that is going to run underneath the rest of this video like a wire, because we have reached the point where the pattern deserves a name. We have already watched the instinct twice tonight. In Florence, a pope defined the crime, decided who the criminal was, and made it stick. In 9th century Rome, a church erased the record, burned the trial, rewrote the law, made an event unhappen. Those are moves. Plays, if you like. In a playbook the institution has run, in one form or another, for 1100 years. And the play we're about to see is the oldest and the boldest of them all. Call it the forged foundation. When you do not actually possess the authority you want, you manufacture it, you write it down, you attach a great name to it, and you let time turn the ink into fact. Here is how it was done. Sometime in the 8th century, and hold that date, because it matters enormously. Someone inside or very near the papal administration sat down and wrote a document in the voice of the Emperor Constantine the Great. Constantine, you'll recall, was the Roman emperor who legalized Christianity. He was also, inconveniently for the forger, dead. He had been dead since the year 337, some 400 years before this document claims to have been written. And what a document it is. In it, Constantine explains that he was miraculously cured of leprosy by Pope Sylvester I, that he converted to Christianity in overflowing gratitude, and that, as a thank you, he was handing the church a few small tokens of his appreciation, namely supremacy over the four other great patriarchal seats of Christendom: Alexandria, Antioch, Jerusalem, and Constantinople. The imperial regalia and outright temporal rule over the city of Rome, all of Italy, and the entire Western Roman Empire. That's the gift. An emperor, supposedly, signing away half the known world to the church in writing. The audacity of it is almost admirable. And I know what you're thinking. No one could possibly have fallen for something that convenient, that grandiose, that obviously useful to exactly the people who happened to be holding it. They fell for it for 700 years. This is the part that should genuinely unsettle you, more than any corpse or any conspiracy, because it is so quiet. The forgery worked, not for a season, for the better part of a millennium. At the very highest levels of European power, this fake was cited as real. Popes invoked it, and they invoked it at the hinges of history. In the year 1054, Pope Leo IX used the donation directly in his confrontation with the Patriarch of Constantinople, the confrontation that hardened into the Great Schism, the permanent split between the Catholic West and the Orthodox East that has never healed to this day. So a forged document sat in the middle of the breaking of Christianity in half. It was cited in the long, grinding investiture controversy against the Holy Roman Emperors, in the endless argument over whether Pope or Emperor stood higher. For century after century, the donation of Constantine functioned as the legal and theological bedrock of the papacy's claim to political sovereignty, the deed, if you like, to the temporal power of the Church. And no one checked. That is the thing to sit with. A lie this large did not need to be clever. It only needed to go unchallenged, and it went unchallenged because everyone with the standing to question it had every incentive to keep citing it, and everyone who might have wanted to question it lacked the standing or the Latin to do it. The document was self-authenticating in the only way that matters. It was useful to the powerful, and the powerful protected it by believing it out loud. Until, at last, someone read it carefully. Just read it. And that is where the story becomes, of all things, funny. His name was Lorenzo Valla, and he was one of the sharpest minds of the Italian Renaissance, a humanist, a scholar of Latin so precise, so attuned to the language, that he could hear a wrong note in a sentence, the way a musician hears a wrong note in a chord. And in 1440, Valla took the donation of Constantine, this document that had underwritten an empire for 7 centuries, and he took it apart with nothing but close reading. He didn't need a secret archive. He didn't need a confession or a leak or a deathbed letter. He needed grammar. Because the forger, whoever he was, had made a fatal, almost comic mistake. He had written in his own century's Latin, not Constantine's. The document is full of words and concepts that simply did not exist in the 4th century. Feudal vocabulary, most famously, terms like fief, describing a system of land and loyalty that would not be invented for hundreds of years after Constantine was in his grave. It referred to things, a city called Constantinople, described as an existing patriarchal seat, at a time before Constantine had even built it up into that, administrative details that belonged to a later world. The style, the vocabulary, the assumptions, all of it belonged unmistakably to the 8th century, not the 4th. And there is the joke, told plainly. The entire legal foundation of the papacy's empire, the deed to the Western world, was brought down not by an army, not by a rival pope, not by a schism, but by a bookish man noticing that the forger had used a word that hadn't been invented yet. 700 years of geopolitics, undone by an anachronism. The fake was, frankly, sloppy. It just took 7 centuries for anyone to bother reading it like it mattered. Now, Valla was no neutral saint in this. He was, conveniently, working for King Alfonso of Aragon, who happened to be in a live territorial dispute with the Pope over the Kingdom of Naples, so exposing the Pope's foundational document served his patron beautifully. And it very nearly cost Valla everything. He was hauled before the Inquisition for his trouble, and he survived only because that same royal patron stood between him and the fire. The scholar with the sharper reading beat the institution with the bigger seal, but only because a king was willing to shield him. Even when the truth wins in this story, it wins by permission. And here the comedy curdles into the thesis of the entire video, and it does so in a single number. Valla proved the donation was a forgery in 1440, and then almost nothing happened. Because being proven false, it turns out, is not remotely the same thing as being admitted false, and the distance between those two things is where the Church lives. Valla's treatise was not formally widely published for decades. It finally saw broad print in 1517, and notice who published it: Ulrich von Hutten, a German reformer with his own fierce anti-papal agenda. It reached the world not because Rome released it, but because Rome's enemies found it useful. And the formal acknowledgement inside the Church, the official concession that yes, the founding document was a fake, did not come until Cardinal Baronius conceded the point in his own church history, around the year 1600. Do the arithmetic. Proven false in 1440. Admitted, internally, around 1600. That is roughly 160 years, 5-6 generations of human beings, in which the Church knew, or could easily have known, that its foundational deed was a forgery, and simply declined to say so. Not a lie, exactly. Something quieter and more durable, a refusal to confirm the truth until confirming it cost less than the silence. The forged foundation gets you the power, but the play only works because of what comes after it. The long, patient, institutional talent for controlling not whether the truth comes out, but when. Valla's method, by the way, is now considered a founding moment of modern philology, arguably the first true fact-check of a major historical document in the Western tradition. And his fact-check became a weapon in the hands of the Reformation. Which brings us, neatly, to a pope who didn't need to forge anything at all, because he didn't bother with paper when he could use an army. If this door showed you the Church defending its power with a document, the next one shows you the Church seizing it in the open, on horseback, in armor, with no forgery required and no apology offered. From a fake deed that built an empire on parchment, to a warrior pope who tried to hold one with a sword. The last chapter ended on a forgery, a document the Church leaned on for 1,000 years because a piece of paper, controlled carefully enough, can do the work of an army. This chapter is about the Pope who dispensed with the paper altogether. He did not need to forge a claim to power, because he simply put on armor and went and took it. And the reason his story belongs in a catalogue of things the Vatican would rather you not dwell on is not that it was hidden. Almost nothing about this man was hidden, but that it is the plainest evidence in the whole night of what the holiest office in the West actually was, underneath the vestments, when it stopped pretending. It was a throne, and thrones are held by force. You have already met his family. Cast your mind back to the very first door we opened tonight, to Florence in 1478, and the blood on the cathedral floor, and to the Pope who stood behind that plot, Sixtus IV of the Della Rovere. Sixtus, you may remember, had one consuming ambition: to turn his family from Ligurian nobodies into princes, to plant Della Rovere blood in real thrones with real land. He very nearly wrecked Italy trying. And among the nephews he raised up in Rome, showered with officers and red hats, was a hard, brilliant, furious young man named Giuliano della Rovere. In 1503, after decades of waiting, decades that included losing one papal election to the spectacularly corrupt Rodrigo Borgia, the man the world remembers as Pope Alexander VI, Giuliano della Rovere finally got the prize his uncle had never quite been able to hand him. He was elected Pope. He took the name Julius II. And here is the first small irony to file away, because this whole video is a story about the distance between the record and the reality. Early in his reign, he issued a solemn decree, the bull known as Cum Tam Divino, declaring that any papal election tainted by bribery was automatically invalid. A ringing condemnation of buying the papacy. This from a man whose own earlier campaigns for the office had been greased by French money, and who had just succeeded the most openly purchased papacy in history. The rule went into the official record. What the rule described going on in the actual conclaves went, as ever, unmentioned. But Julius did not build his reputation on decrees. He built it on the battlefield, in person. When he took the throne, the Papal States, the band of central Italian territory the popes ruled as kings, the territory the forged donation had been invented to justify, were a mess. Cities had slipped away. Local strongmen had carved off pieces. Venice had helped itself to papal towns. A previous pope might have written letters, issued threats, worked the diplomatic channels. Julius put on a suit of armor, mounted a horse, and rode out at the head of his own army to take the cities back himself. I want you to sit with that image for just a moment, because it is genuinely one of the strangest in the history of the Church. In the winter of 1511, at the siege of a fortified town called Mirandola, the Pope, the successor of the fisherman Peter, the vicar of Christ on earth, was there, at the front, in the cold, in armor, directing the assault on the walls. Contemporaries described him climbing among the siege works, roaring at his troops, a white-bearded man in his late 60s behaving like a mercenary captain. He is very nearly the only pope in history to personally lead soldiers into battle. And he was good at it. Over his 10-year reign, he clawed back the Papal States, expelled the ruling family from Bologna, and stitched together and then tore apart a bewildering series of military alliances. First, the League of Cambrai to break Venice. Then, when the French he had invited into Italy became the bigger threat, a holy league to drive those same French back out. He treated Italy as a chessboard, and himself as the only player who mattered. Not everyone was impressed by the spectacle of a warrior pope. The great scholar Erasmus, who actually saw Julius make a triumphal military entry into a conquered city, was quietly appalled, and after Julius died, a savage satirical dialogue circulated across Europe, almost certainly from Erasmus's pen, called Julius Excluded from Heaven. In it, the dead pope arrives at the gates of paradise, still in his armor, still trailing his soldiers, and demands to be let in, and Saint Peter, looking him over, refuses to recognize this armored warlord as any successor of his. It was fiction. But it was the sharpest thing anyone dared say out loud about what the papacy had become. A man could hold the keys of heaven in one hand and a battle sword in the other, and the second hand had started to look a great deal busier than the first. And yet, if all Julius had done was win wars, he would be a footnote. What makes him one of the most consequential men ever to hold the office is what he did with the peace in between, because Julius II decided to rebuild the center of the Christian world from the ground up, and in doing so, he lit a financial fuse that would detonate under his successors. For 1,200 years, the heart of Western Christianity had been a single building. Old St. Peter's Basilica, the ancient church raised by the Emperor Constantine over what was believed to be the tomb of the Apostle Peter. It was sacred, it was irreplaceable, and it was, by Julius's day, sagging and cracked with age. A cautious pope would have patched it. Julius decided to tear it down and build something greater, the largest, grandest church the world had ever seen. On the 18th of April, 1506, he had himself lowered into the foundation pit in his full pontifical robes to lay the first stone. He was, quite literally and quite deliberately, demolishing the church of Constantine to build a monument to himself. To do it, he gathered the greatest artists who have ever lived and bent them to his will. He set the architect Bramante to designing the new basilica on a scale that beggared belief. He commanded a reluctant young sculptor named Michelangelo, who wanted to be carving marble, not painting, to climb a scaffold and cover the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel with the frescoes that we now travel across the world to stand beneath, a labor that consumed him from 1508 until the last day of October, 1512. He set Raphael to painting the papal apartments. He commissioned his own tomb on a scale fit for an emperor. The beauty Julius willed into being is almost beyond calculation. You cannot understand the visual glory of the Vatican without understanding that one iron-willed warrior pope forced most of it into existence. But beauty on that scale is not free. And that is the part of the story that matters most for everything that follows tonight. Here is the quiet, deadly thing about what Julius built. A war ends. You win it or you lose it, and either way the spending stops. But a cathedral like the new St. Peter's is not a war. It is a hole in the ground that swallows money for 100 years. Julius, to his credit, was a formidable manager of the church's finances. For all his wars, he left the treasury full when he died in 1513. What he did not leave, what he could not leave, was a finished building. He left the greatest construction project in the history of the world barely begun, with the bills scheduled to arrive for generations, and he left them to whoever came next. And what came next was a man constitutionally incapable of saying no to a beautiful, expensive thing. Notice the shape of it, because it is the shape of so much of this night. Julius did nothing in secret. He fought his wars in the open, laid his cornerstone in public, signed the artists' contracts, and made no attempt to hide the cost of any of it. The scandal, when it finally came, would not be his. It would land on the man who inherited his full treasury and his bottomless building, the one who, needing to keep Julius's marble dream rising, reached for the one product the church could manufacture out of nothing at all, and in doing so broke Christianity in half. From a pope who conquered an empire with an army and a chisel, we turn to his heir, who lost half of one with a receipt. The last chapter was about a pope who spent the church's strength on war and marble, and left behind a full treasury and a bottomless, half-built basilica. This one is about the man who inherited both, who had all the real power there was, that full treasury, a genuine empire of offices, the accumulated wealth of the wealthiest institution in Europe, and Julius's unfinished St. Peter's swallowing money by the day, and who managed, in a handful of years, to spend it all into ruin, and, in the process, to break the church in half. Not through malice, through appetite. His name was Giovanni de' Medici, and if that name sounds familiar tonight, it should. He was the son of Lorenzo the Magnificent, the very same Lorenzo who, as a young man, we watched escape the assassin's blades in the Cathedral of Florence, bleeding, into the sacristy. The boy who would become Pope Leo X was raised in the household of a survivor, in the most cultured, most luxurious court in Italy, and he was groomed for the church from childhood, the way a prince is groomed for a throne. He was made a cardinal, an actual prince of the church, at the age of 13. Think about what that does to a person. He never knew a day of want. He never had to ask what a thing cost, because the answer never mattered. He grew up understanding beauty and art and pleasure and power, and he grew up understanding that all of them were simply available to a Medici who reached for them. And in 1513, he reached for the greatest office in Christendom, and got it, and inherited from his predecessor Julius II a treasury that was full. There is a line often quoted at his accession that Leo turned to his brother and said, in effect, that God had given them the papacy, so let them enjoy it. I have to be honest with you, that quotation is disputed. It traces back to a Venetian ambassador's account, relayed by a writer who was neither neutral nor even in Rome at the time, and it may well be something Leo never said. But it has survived for 500 years, for a simple reason. Whether or not he ever spoke the words, his reign was a faithful performance of them. He treated the papacy not as a trust to be managed, but as a Medici estate to be enjoyed, and he enjoyed it magnificently and expensively, and, it turned out, catastrophically. Where does a full treasury go in the space of a few years? Let me tally it for you, the way an accountant would if the accountant were slowly turning pale. There was the personal luxury, of course, the banquets, the hunts, the household, the extraordinary standard of living of a man who considered thrift a kind of vulgarity. There was the patronage, and here at least the money bought something the world still treasures. Leo poured funds into art and architecture, employed Raphael, and pressed forward the staggeringly expensive rebuilding of St. Peter's Basilica, the project that would loom over everything that followed. There was genuine charity too. He gave generously. None of these, by themselves, would have broken him. What broke him was war, dynastic war, the oldest Medici indulgence of all. Leo waged a campaign called the War of Urbino, fought for no higher purpose than to install one of his nephews as the duke of that territory. Family advancement, dressed as papal policy. And it was ruinously expensive. Estimates put its cost somewhere around 800,000 ducats, though I'll flag that as an estimate, rather than a line in a surviving ledger. Whatever the exact figure, it was a fortune spent to make a relative a duke. By 1521, the accounts had crossed a line no papal treasury was supposed to cross. The papacy was in deficit, roughly 400,000 ducats in the red. The full treasury Leo had inherited was not merely spent, it was overspent, and the interest was coming due. And so a pope who had never in his life had to solve a money problem began, with mounting creativity, to solve one. He sold cardinals' hats, created new cardinals who paid handsomely for the honor. In 1520, he invented an entirely new paid order, the Knights of St. Peter and St. Paul, whose members essentially bought their membership. He pawned the Vatican's jewels and its furnishings. He borrowed heavily from the great banking houses, many of whom he would later ruin, because when Leo died, he died still owing them, and some of those creditors went down with him. Every lever he pulled turned something sacred, or something valuable, into ready cash. But there was one lever left, bigger than all the others, and it was the one that would cost the most, not in ducats, but in the future of the church itself. The lever was forgiveness, and the man who pulled it in the field was a Dominican friar named Johann Tetzel. On the 15th of March, 1517, Leo formally approved and expanded a sweeping campaign for the sale of indulgences. And let me be careful and clear about what an indulgence actually was, because the caricature has swallowed the truth. In Catholic theology, an indulgence was a remission of the temporal punishment still owed for sins already forgiven, a reduction, in effect, of time a soul might spend in purgatory being purified before heaven. The campaign was tied, publicly and explicitly, to a holy purpose, funding the reconstruction of St. Peter's, the great basilica rising in Rome. Give toward the house of God and receive spiritual benefit in return. Framed that way, it sounds almost reasonable. In practice, it became something closer to a traveling sales operation, and Tetzel was its star closer. He moved through the German lands with a genuine gift for the pitch, and the line history remembers him by, that as soon as the coin in the coffer rings, the soul from purgatory springs, is the line I have to hedge every single time, because it is almost certainly not his exact words, and it actually overstates and distorts what church doctrine formerly taught about indulgences for the dead. It is a caricature of his salesmanship. But caricatures survive because they capture something true, and what this one captures is the essential mechanism. Tetzel was monetizing the most powerful emotion a grieving human being can feel. The fear that a mother, a father, a child was suffering in purgatory, and that you, standing here with a coin in your hand, could shorten that suffering. That was the product. Fear of the afterlife, sold by the coin, to bankroll a building in Rome. And the ordinary people who lined up to buy it, grieving, frightened, sincere, believed they knew exactly where their money was going. To the basilica. To God's house. They were wrong. They were wrong by about half. But there was a second flaw to the scheme, beneath the one everyone could see. Everyone could see the indulgences being sold. That was the public scandal, the one Luther would attack. Underneath it was a private one, and almost none of the buyers knew it. Roughly half of the money Tetzel raised in Germany never went anywhere near St. Peter's. It went, secretly, to pay down the personal debt of a man named Albert of Brandenburg. Albert was a German nobleman who wanted to hold the powerful archbishopric of Mainz, wanted it badly enough to buy it, which was itself corrupt, the sin the church called simony, the purchase of a sacred office. To buy his archbishopric, Albert had borrowed an enormous sum from the banking house of the Fuggers. And the arrangement quietly reached was this. The indulgence campaign in his territory would run, and about half of everything it raised would be routed, invisibly, to the Fuggers, to pay off Albert's debt for the office he had bought. Look at the architecture of that. A grieving widow in a German town drops a coin in Tetzel's chest, believing she is easing a dead husband's suffering and helping build the house of God. In reality, she is funding two separate acts of corruption stacked on top of each other, the sale of forgiveness on the surface, and, underneath it, the repayment of a bribe for a bishopric. Charity as the conduit, holiness as the cover. Corruption financing corruption, and the donor never told. The distance between what the money was for and what the money did is the same distance we have seen all night, wearing new clothes. The consequence, when it came, did not look like much. It was not an army or an uprising. It was a document, a monk objecting in writing. On the 31st of October, 1517, 7 months after Leo approved the campaign, an obscure theology professor in the German town of Wittenberg, named Martin Luther, put forward 95 propositions for debate, attacking the sale of indulgences directly and pointedly. Tradition marks that act as the beginning of the Protestant Reformation. And you can trace the causal chain in a single clean line, with no gaps. Leo inherits a fortune. Leo spends it dry, largely on a dynastic war. Leo approves the indulgence campaign to cover the whole. Tetzel takes the campaign into Germany. And a monk who has watched grieving people buy paper forgiveness writes down his objections, and changes the world. Leo did not understand what he was looking at. He is said to have initially dismissed Luther as a drunken German who would think differently when sober. He died in 1521, still buried in debt, still owing the bankers who had kept him afloat, some of whom he took down with him. And the fire he had lit for the price of a fundraising scheme kept burning long after he was gone. The Reformation eventually cost the Church something on the order of half of Europe's Catholic population over the century that followed, and redrew the religious map of the entire continent permanently. Every other chapter tonight costs a life, or a reputation, or a family, or a truth deferred for a few centuries. This one cost the unity of Western Christianity, and it was run up in the end to pay for one pope's overspending and one archbishop's shopping. Notice, too, the inversion at the heart of it. For once, the accuser won. A single man with no money and no office outlasted and overturned the richest institution in Europe, because the secret in the ledger gave him a truth solid enough to stand on. But a fire like the one Leo lit does not stay politely outside the walls that started it. He had broken Christendom in half to fund a building, and he died in 1521 without living to see the true bill come due. It came due 6 years later, and it came for Rome itself, carried by an army of soldiers, many of them followers of the very Reformation his indulgences had unleashed, who would do to the capital of the Catholic world what no forgery, no scandal, and no sealed archive ever could. For once, the reckoning would not wait for the Church to release it on its own schedule. It arrived on foot and on horseback, and it did not knock. Every other door we open tonight is a door the Church controlled, locked when it chose, opened when it chose, the truth inside released on the institution's own patient schedule. This one is different, and I want to mark that difference clearly, because it is the exception that proves the whole rule. This is the one night the doors were not opened from the inside at all. They were kicked in from the outside by an army, and for a few weeks the institution that had spent 1,000 years controlling when the reckoning came lost control of the reckoning completely. To understand how it happened, you have to hold the last 2 chapters in your head at once. Julius II had spent a decade turning the papacy into a military power and starting the most expensive building project in the world. Leo X had then broken Christianity in half, selling indulgences to pay for it, and lit the fire of the Reformation. And the man who inherited the wreckage of both was another Medici, Pope Clement VII, a cousin of Leo's, a cautious and famously indecisive man who now sat on Julius's throne, in Julius's half-built basilica, in a Europe that Leo's scandal had split into warring camps. Clement made one fatal miscalculation. Caught between the 2 great powers of the age, the King of France and the Emperor Charles V, he backed the wrong one. In 1526, he joined an alliance against the emperor, and the emperor had an army in Italy that had not been paid. There is nothing on earth more dangerous than soldiers who are owed money. The imperial force marching through Italy in the spring of 1527 was not really a disciplined army under firm command anymore. It was a huge, hungry, mutinous mass of unpaid mercenaries, Spanish veterans, and, crucially, thousands of German landsknechts, many of them fervent Lutherans who regarded the Pope of Rome as the Antichrist and his city as a den of corruption that deserved to burn. Their own commander, the Duke of Bourbon, could no longer control them. They were marching on Rome not because their masters had ordered a sack, but because Rome was rich and they wanted paying. And if no one would pay them, they would pay themselves. On the 6th of May, 1527, they reached the walls of the city. The Duke of Bourbon was shot dead almost the instant the assault began, by whose hand no one truly knows, though the goldsmith Benvenuto Cellini later boasted, in his gloriously unreliable memoirs, that the lucky shot was his. It did not matter. The commander's death removed the last faint restraint on the troops. They poured over the walls into a city that had, catastrophically, failed to prepare any real defense, because Clement, indecisive to the end, had not believed it would truly come to this. What happened next is why, 500 years later, there is a small ceremony in the Vatican every year on exactly this date. As the mercenaries broke into the city, Pope Clement was in the open, dangerously exposed. Between him and the killers stood his Swiss Guard, the corps of Swiss soldiers who had sworn to protect the person of the Pope. There were fewer than 200 of them, and they did the thing they had sworn to do. While the bulk of the imperial army flooded into Rome, the Swiss Guard made a stand to buy their Pope the minutes he needed to escape, holding the ground near the basilica and the approach to the fortress of Castel Sant'Angelo. Of roughly 189 guardsmen, about 147 were killed where they stood. The survivors covered Clement's retreat as he fled, down a raised, walled corridor called the Passetto, a secret escape passage running from the Vatican to the fortress, the Pope hurrying along the top of it while the city fell behind him. He made it. He reached Castel Sant'Angelo and barred the doors, and there he sat, a prisoner in his own capital, while the horror ran its course below. And I will tell you plainly that the Swiss Guard has never forgotten those men. To this day, new recruits to the Guard are sworn in on the 6th of May, the anniversary of the day their predecessors died on the steps, rather than leave their Pope undefended. Hold that fact somewhere in the back of your mind, because much later tonight we are going to stand inside these same walls on a different, far stranger day in the history of that same Guard. But that is a door still ahead of us. Of what happened in Rome over the following days and weeks, I am going to give you the outcome and spare you the scene, because the scene does not need dramatizing, and the dead are owed better than that. The unpaid army did to Rome what unpaid armies have always done to captured cities, and it did it to the capital of Christendom for the better part of a year. Churches and palaces were stripped. Tombs and reliquaries were broken open for their gold. The population of the city, which had stood somewhere around 55,000, collapsed, through killing, through flight, through the disease that always follows, until Rome was a fraction of what it had been, its streets emptied, its treasures scattered across Europe. The Lutheran soldiers, in a detail nobody in Rome could miss, scrawled the name of Martin Luther on the walls of the Vatican itself. The center of the Catholic world had been physically broken by the very schism Leo's fundraising had unleashed 10 years and 1 door ago. Clement eventually bought his freedom, a vast ransom, ceded territory, and the end, for a long time, of any pretense that the Pope was an independent power who answered to no earthly king. After the sack, the papacy leaned on the emperor's protection to survive, and the swaggering, army-leading, world-defying papacy of Julius II was simply over. And here is the thread I want you to carry out of this ruined city, because it is the one that ties even this catastrophe back to everything else. For a few weeks in 1527, the institution genuinely lost control of Rome, of its treasures, of the story. And then it did what it has always done. It survived. It rebuilt. It absorbed the disaster, folded it into the long official narrative as a tragedy visited upon a holy city, and carried on for another 5 centuries. Losing control of the reckoning for a moment is survivable. What the institution never willingly surrenders is the thing it reached for the instant the soldiers left: control of the record, the slow, patient management of what the story would become. And nowhere is that talent for burying an inconvenient truth colder or more complete than in the next door we open, where a document that could have saved hundreds of men from the fire was not destroyed and not denied, but simply filed and forgotten for 700 years. Before we cross to that 9th door, a small invitation for the nights when you'd rather listen than watch. If these stories are becoming part of how you fall asleep, you should know they have a companion, our show on Spotify, called Sleepy Case Files, where cases and mysteries like these are laid out in the same slow, dim, unhurried way, built for the dark. And here is a small trick I rather love. If you use Spotify's AI features, you can simply ask them to build you a playlist for exactly the kind of night you're having. Something like a long, calm playlist of historical mysteries and dark true stories to fall asleep to, and let it cue the hours up for you, so that when one story ends, the next one is already waiting. No need to reach for your phone in the dark. Just close your eyes and let the cases keep coming. Now, the 9th door, and the confession they filed away. On an island in the River Seine, in Paris, on the 18th of March in the year 1314, a crowd gathered to watch an old man burn. They knew how this was supposed to go. The old man was Jacques de Molay, the last Grand Master of the Knights Templar, once the most feared and most powerful military order in all of Christendom, the warrior bankers of the medieval world, and he had already confessed. Years earlier, under torture, he had admitted to the terrible charges laid against his order: heresy, blasphemy, the denial of Christ. The crowd expected the final act of a broken man. He would stand before them, repeat his confession one last time, die a penitent, and the whole squalid business would be over. That is not what happened. On the scaffold, with the fire waiting and absolutely nothing left to gain, Jacques de Molay took back everything. He recanted the confession that torture had wrung out of him. He declared, in front of the crowd and the king's men and God, that the order was innocent, that the charges were lies, and that his only true sin had been betraying his brothers by confessing to things they had never done. The King of France, Philip IV, hearing of this defiance, flew into a rage and ordered de Molay and a second senior Templar burned that very day. And here is the thing I need you to carry through this entire chapter, because it is almost unbearable once you know it. The man on that scaffold, proclaiming his innocence with his last breath, was telling the truth, and he had already been secretly forgiven for the very heresy he was dying over. In writing, by the Pope's own cardinals, 6 years earlier. He never knew it. The king never knew it. The crowd never knew it. And the world would not know it for almost 700 years, because the proof, a real document, notarized and sealed, had been quietly swallowed by the one archive on earth large enough to lose it. To understand how a pope's cardinals could forgive a man the world was busy burning, you have to go back to how the whole thing started. And it started, as so many of these do, with money. Before dawn on Friday, the 13th of October, 1307, sealed orders that had been sent out weeks earlier were opened simultaneously across France, and in a single coordinated sweep, agents of the crown arrested every Templar they could lay hands on. Hundreds of them seized in one morning, including Grand Master de Molay himself. It was, in a sense, one of the first mass arrests in European history, executed with chilling, bureaucratic precision. And this, incidentally, is where our modern superstition about Friday the 13th is often said to originate. The charges were lurid: heresy, blasphemy, spitting on the cross, and sodomy, that last one referenced, then as now, as an accusation and nothing more. And the confessions came, as they always did, under torture. Men will admit to anything when the alternative is more pain, and the Templars admitted to a great deal. But look past the charges to the motive, because the motive is the point. The man who ordered the arrests, King Philip IV, Philip the Fair, was broke. He had waged expensive wars. He had already expelled and plundered France's Jewish and Lombard financiers, and he was massively, desperately in debt. And to whom did he owe an enormous amount of that debt? The Templars. The order had grown fabulously wealthy as bankers to kings and pilgrims, and Philip was one of their biggest borrowers. So consider the elegance and the horror of it. The richest bankers in Europe were arrested at dawn by the man who owed them the most, and the charge sheet, full of heresy and blasphemy, was, in truth, an instrument written to make a debt disappear and to transfer a fortune. Heresy was the pretext. Money was the engine. It is the same engine that will still be running 600 years from now when we reach a London skyscraper and a cardinal's charity accounts. And the Pope, the one man who could have stood between the Templars and the fire, was a Frenchman named Clement V, who did not even live in Rome. He lived in Avignon in the south of France, effectively within reach of Philip's hand. He owed his throne to French influence. He was, to put it bluntly, not in a position to say no to the King of France. But he was in a position to do something quieter. In August of 1308, in the great fortress of Chinon, that quiet thing happened. Pope Clement sent 3 of his own cardinals, his personal representatives, men carrying his full authority, to the fortress where several of the senior Templars, including de Molay, were being held. Away from the king's torturers, in the presence of a papal notary who wrote it all down, the cardinals re-examined the Templar leadership. They heard their contrition. And then, on parchment, in the formal language of the Church, they did something extraordinary. They absolved them. They declared the leadership of the Knights Templar restored to the sacraments and to the unity of the Church. Now, I have to be precise here, because the temptation to overstate this is enormous, and I am not going to indulge it. The Chinon Parchment does not declare the Templars innocent of everything. It absolves them specifically of the charge of heresy, the spiritual charge, the one that damns a soul and justifies a fire. That is what the Pope's cardinals put in writing. On the question of heresy, these men are forgiven and restored. And then, nothing changed. That is the devastating part. The absolution existed, and it did the men absolved absolutely no good. Philip kept up the pressure. The individual trials ground on. The burnings continued. And rather than issue a doctrinal ruling clearing the order, which would have meant openly defying the king, Clement simply dissolved the Knights Templar a few years later, in 1312, by administrative decree. Not because they were guilty. As a matter of, essentially, political tidiness. The order was abolished to make the problem go away. So look at what the document actually was, in the hands of the man who created it. It was not a shield for the Templars. It never shielded them. It was a release valve for the Pope. With that parchment, Clement could satisfy his own conscience, and the letter of canon law, I absolved them. It is on the record, my hands before God are clean, while allowing the outcome the king wanted to proceed in the world. The absolution's real function was deniability. The Church could be innocent on paper and complicit in fact, at the same time, in two different documents, and simply control which one the world ever saw. And now the play that gives this chapter its name. We've met the forged foundation. Manufacture the authority you lack. This is its stranger cousin. Call it the misfile. You do not need to burn a document to make it disappear. In an archive of 53 miles of shelves, you need only put it in the wrong place and let the sheer weight of centuries do the rest. And I want you to hold on to that word, misfile, because the last door of all, the one we end on tonight, opens on a document that surfaced the very same way. In September of 2001, in the Vatican archive, a paleographer named Barbara Frail, a specialist in reading old documents, was working through the collection when she pulled out a parchment that had been misshelved, catalogued in the wrong place, and effectively lost for centuries. Its reference number was D218, and as she read it, she realized what she was holding. It was the Chinon Parchment, the lost absolution, the proof that the Pope's own cardinals had cleared the Templar leadership of heresy in 1308, sitting, all this time, in the Church's own filing cabinet. In 2007, the Vatican published it in a lavish, limited edition of only around 800 copies, and the history of the Templars quietly rewrote itself. Here is the honest, and slightly deflating and very important truth about how it got lost. There is no evidence that any named official deliberately hid the Chinon Parchment. No conspiracy, no shadowy cardinal burying the file. The best explanation is the most mundane one imaginable. It was misfiled, shelved wrong, swallowed by an archive so vast that a document can vanish inside it, not through malice, but through sheer volume and the passage of 700 years. And that is somehow more unsettling than a conspiracy, not less, because it means the truth doesn't need an enemy to stay buried. It just needs a big enough building and enough time, and no one who happens to go looking. Think of everything that grew in the vacuum where the real record should have been. 7 centuries of Templar mythology, the Holy Grail, secret treasure, hidden bloodlines, Freemasons, curses on kings. An entire industry of pseudo-history flourished in the empty space that one correctly filed parchment could have filled. The Church did not have to spread a single lie. It only had to lose the truth, and human imagination did the rest. From a truth the Church misplaced for 700 years, we turn now to a truth it fumbled in a single morning. A death so badly mishandled in its first few hours that the mishandling itself became the legend. A pope who was pope for just 33 days. On the 26th of August, 1978, the cardinals of the Catholic Church elected a new pope, and for a little while it felt like the beginning of something. His name was Albino Luciani, and he had been the Patriarch of Venice, the son of a bricklayer and a socialist, a man of genuinely humble origins in a role that usually went to aristocrats and career diplomats. And from his very first moments as pope, he was different. He chose a name no pope had ever chosen, John Paul I, folding the names of his 2 immediate predecessors, John the 23rd and Paul VI, into a single title, as if to say he would carry both of their legacies forward together. It was a small gesture, and it was a signal. Then he opened his mouth, and the signal became a warmth. He was informal. He was plain-spoken. He smiled, genuinely, often, in a way that photographed like sunlight, and the press, enchanted, gave him the name history remembers him by, the Smiling Pope. He talked to crowds, like a parish priest talking to his neighbors. He seemed, after decades of grander and more formal men, like a human being who had wandered into the role and decided to be himself in it. And there were quieter signals too, the kind that make certain people in Rome nervous. Luciani was understood to be a simple man in his tastes and a reformer in his instincts, and there was an expectation, never fully tested, that he might turn his attention to the tangled, secretive finances of the Vatican Bank, an institution we will come to know very well before this night is over. For 33 days, a great many people allowed themselves to hope that a fresh wind was about to blow through the oldest institution on earth. He was Pope for 33 days. The story of how he died has now lasted more than 45 years. And it is not the story you have probably heard. On the morning of the 28th of September, 1978, John Paul I was found dead in his bed. He was 65 years old, and he had been Pope for barely a month. The death itself, we now understand, was almost certainly natural, a sudden cardiac event, most likely a pulmonary embolism, a blood clot to the lungs, the kind of thing that takes otherwise ordinary people in their sleep every night of the year. There is no credible evidence that anyone harmed him. I want to say that clearly and upfront, because the rest of this chapter is going to be about a mystery, and I do not want you to mistake the mystery for a murder. The mystery is not how he died. The mystery is what the Vatican did in the hours afterward, and why an institution would manufacture a decades-long cloud of suspicion over a death that had nothing to hide. Because here is what happened. Within hours of the body being found, the Vatican issued its official account of the morning, and that account contained a lie. A small one, a pointless one, but a lie. The Vatican said that the Pope had been discovered by his private secretary. That was not true. He had actually been found at around 5:20 in the morning by a nun of the papal household, Sister Vincenza Taffarel, who had brought him his morning coffee for years and who, not receiving the empty tray back, went to check on him. She, along with another sister, found him, and the Vatican, apparently uncomfortable with the image of a nun discovering the Pope in his bedroom, worried about propriety, about appearances, about the faint impropriety of the scene, simply changed the story. It substituted the secretary for the sister to tidy the picture. Think about how small that is. A man had died, a natural death, and the institution's very first instinct, before grief had even settled, was not to tell the truth about the mourning but to manage it, to adjust an awkward detail, to control the account of who stood in the room. And that reflex, that automatic reach to tidy a harmless fact, was about to cost the Church 45 years of its reputation. Because once you catch an institution in one needless lie, you begin to wonder what else it is lying about. The second decision compounded the first. There was no autopsy. This was, to be fair, consistent with the papal custom of the era. Popes were not, by tradition, subjected to post-mortem examinations, and the body was embalmed relatively quickly. There was nothing necessarily sinister in the decision itself, but look at what it meant, laid on top of the lie about the mourning. It meant that the one procedure that could have established, beyond any argument, exactly what killed John Paul I was never performed. The question was closed before it could be answered by evidence, and an empty space was left where certainty could have lived. And now recall the single structural fact that haunts this entire video, the one we met with a missing girl and will meet again and again. Vatican City is a sovereign state. There is no outside coroner with the authority to enter it. No foreign court can order an examination. No independent medical examiner can demand access to the body of a pope. So when the Vatican decided there would be no autopsy, there was no power on earth that could overrule that decision. The same walls that keep the world out also meant that the world could never be reassured. So you had, by the end of that first week, a perfect recipe for suspicion, assembled entirely by accident. A sudden death. A court lie about the circumstances, however trivial. No autopsy. And no outside authority with the standing to clear anything up. Into that vacuum, that specific, self-inflicted vacuum, the theories would come flooding, and there was nothing the Church could ever do to fully drain it. The theories took years to fully form, but when they came with force. In 1984, a British writer named David Yallop published a book called In God's Name, which alleged that John Paul I had been murdered, poisoned, to stop him from exposing corruption in the Vatican Bank. And the theory drew a terrible plausibility from something that had really happened. Because just 4 years after the Pope's death, in 1982, a man called Roberto Calvi, an Italian banker nicknamed God's Banker for his deep entanglement with the Vatican's finances, was found hanging beneath Blackfriars Bridge in London, his pockets weighted with bricks. The death was real and genuinely sinister, and we will spend proper time on it later. Yallop's book took the real darkness swirling around Vatican money and used it to cast a shadow backward over the smiling Pope's death. If they would kill a banker under a bridge, the argument went, why not a reforming Pope in his bed? It was compelling. It was also, according to the weight of serious scrutiny, wrong. In 1989, another writer, John Cornwell, was actually given access by the Vatican to investigate the death properly, and he went through Yallop's case point by point and dismantled it. His conclusion was that John Paul I had died of natural causes, a pulmonary embolism, very likely worsened by the fact that the new Pope had been unwell, overworked, and neglecting warning signs about his own health. That natural death conclusion is where the historical consensus rests today. And in 2022, Pope Francis beatified John Paul I, declared him blessed, a step towards sainthood, an honor the Church does not bestow on the center of a live murder scandal. So here is the verdict of this chapter, and it is the honest one, not the thrilling one. Nobody killed the smiling Pope. There was no poison, no plot, no assassin in the papal apartments. What there was an institution so instinctively practiced at controlling information, so reflexively inclined to manage even the smallest embarrassing detail, that it manufactured, out of a perfectly natural death, one of the most enduring murder mysteries of the 20th century. The cover-up was not of a crime. It was of a nun with a coffee tray. And it was enough. The Church did not need to kill anyone to create a 45-year secret. It only needed to reach one time for the comfort of a tidier story, and then live inside the suspicion that reach created. Let me pause here for one quiet moment, because we're at the midpoint, and something the last chapter said is worth turning into a question for you. So much of this video is about which stories the powerful choose to tell and which they bury. I'm curious what you would choose to bring into the light. If there's an institution or an organization or a single buried story you've always wanted opened up and laid out the way we've been doing tonight, tell me in the comments. A company, a government, a secret society, an old scandal that never got its due. I read every one of these, and more than a few episodes of this show started as a single line someone left in a comment at 2 in the morning. The next door might be yours. For now, though, we go from a secret the Vatican made by accident, a lie told to protect propriety, to a secret stolen on purpose from the Pope's own desk by the one man he trusted to be alone in the room. Every institution that keeps secrets has the same blind spot, and it is not the front door. It is not the spy who tunnels in from outside, or the journalist filing requests, or the rival state with its satellites and its informants. It is the person already inside, the one so familiar, so trusted, so woven into the daily routine that no one thinks of him as a risk at all. In the Vatican, in the early years of the 21st century, that person laid out the Pope's clothes in the morning and poured his coffee. His name was Paolo Gabriele, and he was the personal valet, the butler, to Pope Benedict XVI. He had held the post since 2007, and it made him one of a tiny handful of people with keys to the Pope's private apartment, unsupervised access to the rooms where the most powerful religious figure on earth lived, worked, and kept his correspondence. Gabriele was, in the geography of Vatican secrecy, standing at the exact center of the map. And at some point, he decided that what he was seeing there was something the world needed to know. So he began to photocopy. Quietly, over months, he copied the Pope's confidential letters and private memoranda, documents describing internal financial disputes, allegations of corruption within the Roman Curia, the bitter power struggles of men who governed the Church behind its serene public face. And in May of 2012, an Italian journalist named Gianluigi Nuzzi published a selection of them in a book, and suddenly the Vatican's private laundry was hanging in full view of the entire world. The affair was given a name that stuck: Vatileaks. There is a genuine irony here, and it is worth savoring for a moment, because it is the kind of irony worth setting down your glass for. The most secretive sovereign state on earth, a fortress of sealed archives and pontifical secrets, was cracked open not by an intelligence service, not by a foreign power, not by any of the threats its walls were built to keep out. It was cracked open by the man who ironed its cassocks. Proximity, it turns out, is its own kind of clearance. The lowest-ranking man in the room held the highest value access, because access is simply a matter of who is allowed to be alone with the papers, and no one is more alone with them than the servant everyone has stopped noticing. Vatican police arrested Gabriele on the 23rd of May, 2012, after finding a hoard of confidential documents in his apartment inside the walls. And then the world got to see something almost no one ever sees: the Vatican putting one of its own on trial in its own court. On the 2nd of October, 2012, a criminal trial opened inside Vatican City, and simply describing the setting tells you how strange the machinery of this sovereign really is. Vatican City is a walled state of roughly 800 residents. It is smaller than many university campuses. And it has, because it is a state, its own criminal tribunal, its own judges, its own law. The entire justice system of a country fit behind a single set of walls, and now it convened to try the Pope's butler for stealing the Pope's mail. Gabriele did not deny taking the documents. What he denied was the meaning of it. He testified that he had acted, in his words, out of a visceral love for the Church of Christ, and for its visible head on earth, that he had seen corruption and evil around the Pope, a man he revered, and believed that exposing it would help. "I do not feel like I'm a thief," he said. He cast himself not as a traitor, but as a whistleblower who loved the very man he had betrayed. The court was unmoved by the distinction. On the 6th of October 2012, Paolo Gabriele was convicted of aggravated theft and sentenced to 18 months. Because of the peculiar security concerns of the situation, he was not shipped off to an Italian prison. He was held within Vatican grounds, in the state whose secrets he had spilled. A co-defendant, a Vatican computer technician who had helped him, was convicted on a lesser charge. The sovereign had judged its servant on its own terms, in its own miniature court, and pronounced him guilty. In almost any other chapter tonight, that is where the story would harden into the familiar shape, the institution closing ranks, sealing the file, letting the offender vanish into the appropriate silence. This one goes somewhere else. This one, of all the doors we open tonight, ends in mercy. On the 22nd of December, 2012, 3 days before Christmas, Pope Benedict XVI walked into the room where Paolo Gabriele was being held. Not a summons, not a message relayed through officials, the Pope himself, in person, going to the cell of the man who had stolen his private letters and handed them to a journalist. And there, face to face, he pardoned him. Fully. The sentence dissolved. Gabriele walked free, back to the apartment inside the walls where he lived with his wife and their 3 children. Picture the smallness and the strangeness of that scene, and let it stand against everything else in this video. We have spent the night among corpses on thrones, and forged deeds and buried absolutions, and 40-year silences, the machinery of an institution that, over and over, chooses control over confession, that manages and buries and outlasts. And here, in a plain room 3 days before Christmas, an old man in white walks in to forgive the servant who wronged him, because it is Christmas, and because forgiveness is, after all, supposed to be the entire point. I don't want to over-sentimentalize it. The pardon was also, in its way, an act of institutional management, a quiet, dignified end to an embarrassing affair, a wound closed by mercy rather than reopened by a long and public appeal. The Church chose reconciliation partly because reconciliation was the tidiest exit. But even granting all of that, something real happened in that cell. A man was forgiven by the person with the most right to be angry with him. Gabriele lived quietly afterward and died in 2020, at the age of 54, after a long illness. Of all the people in this video who crossed the Vatican, he may be the only one who was met, in the end, not with a sealed file but with an open hand. Hold on to that, because we are leaving mercy behind now, and we will not find much more of it. The next breach of Vatican secrecy would not be a servant with a photocopier and a troubled conscience. It would be a cardinal, a prince of the Church, once spoken of as a man who might himself be pope, a London skyscraper, a woman with a taste for luxury handbags, and hundreds of millions of dollars in charity money that went somewhere it was never meant to go. The breakfast tray gives way to the balance sheet. In a hall inside the Vatican that had once been a picture gallery of the Vatican museums, converted now into a courtroom, a man in the plain black cassock of an ordinary priest stood to hear a sentence read aloud. He was not, by rank, an ordinary priest. He was a cardinal, a prince of the church, though he had set aside the scarlet for these proceedings. And the words the judge read out had never, in 2,000 years, been read out before. For the first time in the entire history of the Roman Catholic Church, a cardinal was being convicted of financial crimes by the Church's own criminal court. His name was Angelo Becciu, and only a few years earlier, his name had been spoken in a very different context. As the sostituto, the deputy at the Secretariat of State, effectively the third most powerful official in the entire Vatican, Becciu had been one of the handful of men who run the Church's central government day to day. He had later been given charge of the office that makes saints. And in the quiet handicapping that always surrounds an aging pope, Angelo Becciu had been counted, by more than a few observers, among the men who might one day be pope himself. Instead, on the 16th of December, 2023, he was found guilty of embezzlement and fraud, sentenced to 5.5 years, fined, and permanently barred from holding office. 9 other defendants were tried alongside him in a case that had run for 2.5 years and gathered some 50 charges. Their combined sentences ran to something like 37 years. A future pope, in the dock of his own church, convicted. It is a genuinely astonishing thing, and I am going to tell you how it happened. But I want to plant something now, at the very start, and ask you to keep it in the back of your mind as we go. The story of this conviction is, in the end, even stranger than the story of the crime, because 2,000 years of history finally produced the spectacle of the Church trying one of its princes in the open, and even then, at the very center of that daylight trial, there was a document that nobody was allowed to see. Let us start with the money, and with a building. On Sloane Avenue, in Chelsea, one of the most expensive postcodes in London and therefore on Earth, there is a large building that was once a depository for the Harrods department store. A warehouse, essentially, and that in the last decade has been gutted and reborn as luxury apartments. Penthouses on Sloane Avenue. It is about as far, in every sense, from a poor parish somewhere in the world as it is possible to get. And yet the thread that connects a collection plate in that poor parish to the scaffolding on Sloane Avenue is direct, if tangled. Beginning around 2014, the Vatican's Secretariat of State, Becciu's office, invested in that London property. And the money it invested included Peter's pence, the annual collection taken up in Catholic parishes all over the world, given by ordinary believers, earmarked for the Pope's charity and for the global poor. Now, how the Vatican managed to lose an enormous amount of money on prime London real estate is a story less of conspiracy than of something almost more damning: incompetence dressed up in complexity. The deal was structured and restructured through a chain of intermediary companies and brokers, each layer taking its fees and commissions, the Vatican negotiating from a position of startling weakness against men who did this for a living. By the time the dust settled, The poor position and the fee structures had cost the Vatican more than $200 million, with the total scope of the investment reported at something around 350 million euros, depending on where you start counting. There is a dark comedy in the arithmetic that I can't quite resist pointing out. Money given by the faithful to feed the hungry was used to buy square footage in the one neighborhood on the planet where no one has ever been hungry, and then most of it was lost anyway. Not to a master criminal, but to brokers who saw a wealthy, naive institution coming. The church was not robbed at gunpoint. It was, if you'll forgive the phrase, taken to the cleaners. The London Tower was only the first thread. There was a second, and it is stranger and smaller and, in its way, even harder to believe. Away from London, there was a woman named Cecilia Marogna, a self-described intelligence and security consultant from Sardinia, who was hired, at Becciu's direction, for shadowy work on the church's behalf. Among the stated purposes was something that sounds like it belongs in a thriller: the ransom and rescue of a Catholic nun who had been kidnapped by militants in Africa. For this kind of sensitive work, the Secretariat of State paid Marogna's company something on the order of €500,000. The difficulty is what prosecutors alleged the money actually bought. According to the prosecution, a substantial portion of those funds, meant for intelligence and hostage negotiation, went instead toward luxury goods, handbags and clothing from the great fashion houses, Prada and Chanel among the names that surfaced. Now, I want to be careful and fair, as always. The payments themselves are firmly established. The precise end use, the specific handbags, is what prosecutors alleged, and it is fair to hold that at arm's length. But even the established core is remarkable. €500,000 of church money moved on a cardinal's authority to a private consultant for work whose results were, to put it gently, difficult to audit. And that is the real point beneath the almost novelistic silliness of a security budget that allegedly smelled of a perfume counter. A cardinal could move €500,000 with his signature and his say-so, and no one downstream could question it, or would. Trust without oversight is not a safeguard. It is an opportunity, and it had been standing wide open for a very long time. So the Vatican did the thing the Vatican, in all these centuries, almost never does. It put the whole mess on trial, in public, in its own courtroom. For 2.5 years, in that converted gallery, the church aired its financial laundry in open session. Internal memos were read aloud. Recorded phone calls were played. Monsignors took the stand to testify against a cardinal. 10 defendants, indicted in July of 2021, faced the court, and at the center of it, for the first time in the modern history of the church, a cardinal answered a criminal charge before his own institution's judges. Whatever else it was unprecedented. The sovereign that had spent 1,000 years using its walls to keep trials out was, for once, holding one inside. On the 16th of December, 2023, the verdict came. Becciu was convicted on charges including embezzlement and aggravated fraud. But here the picture needs a careful eye, because the written verdict, running well over 800 pages, clarified something important about what he was and was not found to have done. Under Vatican law, the crime of embezzlement does not require that the accused personally pocketed anything. The illicit use of church assets is enough on its own. So Becciu was convicted for the reckless, unauthorized use of the church's money, not for proven personal theft. He maintained throughout that he was innocent, that he had acted in good faith and on authority. And there was a crack in the foundation of the case, even as it was celebrated. The star prosecution witness, a Monsignor named Alberto Perlasca, who had been Becciu's own subordinate, was a witness whose reliability the court itself would later call into question. The Vatican had finally convicted a cardinal. The trouble, it would turn out, was in how it had done it. On the 17th of March, 2026, a little over 2 years after the conviction, the Vatican's own Court of Appeal delivered a ruling that turned the triumph inside out. The appeals court found that the prosecution had withheld evidence from the defense, specifically that it had failed to disclose a papal rescript, a private written authorization from Pope Francis himself that bore on the case. On that basis, the court declared a partial mistrial, what the lawyers call a relative nullity, and ordered parts of the case to be retried, with a fresh hearing set for that summer. I need to be exact about what this means, because it is easy to overstate, and the truth is stranger than the overstatement. It does not mean Becciu was cleared. It does not mean the verdict was thrown out. As of now, the 2023 conviction remains in place, standing, pending the new proceedings. So, the accurate way to hold it in your mind is this: he is the first cardinal ever convicted by the Vatican's own court, a conviction that still stands. And yet, that same Vatican's own appeals court has now found that the prosecution hid a document and has reopened the case. The reckoning is unfinished. By the time you hear this, there may be a new verdict. There may not. And that unfinished quality is the strange heart of it. For 2,000 years, the Church perfected the art of controlling when its truths came out. And here, at last, in the modern era, it did the opposite. It held a public trial, in daylight, and convicted one of its own princes. That should have been the exception that broke the pattern. Instead, folded into the very machinery of that open trial, there was a hidden document, a rescript no one was shown, and its concealment was enough to unravel the verdict. Even when this institution finally chooses to disclose, the disclosure comes with a sealed room inside it. Charity turned into a London tower, a trial turned into a mistrial by a secret, and at the center of the most transparent thing the Church had done in 1,000 years, a piece of paper nobody was allowed to read. Money, though, is only the first thing this institution learned to bury. The next chapter is about something it buried far longer and far worse, not funds, but a man's crimes, kept quiet for half a century, while a pope held him up to the young as a model of holiness. To understand why nothing happened for 50 years, you first have to understand what this man was worth to the people who could have stopped him. In 1941, in Mexico, a young and magnetic priest named Marcial Maciel founded a new religious order, the Legionaries of Christ, along with a lay movement called Regnum Christi. And within a single generation, that order became something the 20th century Vatican prized above almost anything else. It was disciplined, famously, rigidly disciplined. It was fiercely loyal to Rome, at a time when Rome felt itself besieged by a modernizing, secularizing world. And it was rich, and it produced vocations, young men entering the priesthood in abundance. Money and obedience and new priests flowing steadily toward the center of the church. Maciel himself cultivated access at the very top. He was charming, tireless, seemingly holy, and he understood that in an institution built on relationships, proximity to power is power. He was not a cardinal. He held no office in the Roman government. What he held was a fundraising engine and the deep gratitude of the men who ran the church. And, as we have already seen more than once tonight, gratitude and usefulness can buy a great deal of silence. I want to establish that clearly before anything else, because the horror of what follows is not that the church failed to notice a monster. It is that the man was genuinely, enormously useful, and that usefulness is precisely what bought him his protection. Admiration was the shield, and the admiration was real. I am going to speak about the crimes at the center of this story only in the plainest summary terms, because the victims deserve that restraint, and the point does not require anything more. Over roughly 3 decades, in the seminaries of his order, Martial Maciel abused the young men and boys in his care. Later synthesis of the testimony would put the number of minors he abused at somewhere upward of 60, and I'll flag that as a reported estimate, not a figure certified by any court. What I want to focus on is not the abuse itself, but the machinery that kept it silent, because the machinery is the reason this belongs in a video about secrets. Maciel had built silence directly into the structure of his order. Seminarians were bound by internal vows never to criticize their superiors, and above all, never to criticize the founder, a private rule that made speaking against him not merely disloyal but a kind of sin. In an order that prized obedience as its highest virtue, that vow was airtight. A young man who had been harmed was, by the very rules of his vocation, forbidden to say so. And it worked so well that even when the outside world came close, the silence held. In 1956, the Vatican actually opened an investigation into Maciel, but the concern then was his reported dependence on morphine, not the abuse, and according to men who were there and later broke their silence, the culture of enforced quiet meant that even that probe never surfaced, the far greater crime sitting underneath it. The church came within arm's reach of the truth, and a vow of silence closed the distance. This is the architecture of a secret that never has to be actively suppressed from outside, because it is designed never to escape from within. The complaint, when it finally came through the church's own front door, and then it sat there. In 1998, 9 former seminarians of the Legionaries filed formal canonical charges against Maciel with the Vatican itself, accusing him directly. The case went to the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith, the Church's own doctrinal court, which was then headed by Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger, the man who would later become Pope Benedict XVI. An investigation was opened. But By 1999, it had been effectively shelved, with the shelving reportedly justified by Maciel's advanced age. Here is the part that is almost unbearable to hold in the mind at once. Through these very years, with a formal abuse complaint open against Maciel in his own church's court, Pope John Paul II continued to honor him publicly. The Pope praised Maciel as an efficacious guide to youth, held him up, in other words, as a model for exactly the young people we now know he had spent decades harming. Some reporting alleges that figures in John Paul's inner circle actively obstructed the 1998 investigation. I offer that only as an allegation, not as established fact. But the documented facts alone are damning enough. The complaint was in the building. The praise was on the altar. Both were true at the same moment. This is the pattern we have watched all night, in its gravest form, the institution's ability to know a thing and, for as long as knowing it is inconvenient, to behave as though it does not. Not a lie, exactly. Something colder, a decision about timing. A new pope inherited the same case, and this time it moved, though where it moved to is the shock. In 2004, the men pressing the charges learned that the doctrinal congregation had quietly reopened its investigation. In January of 2005, Maciel stepped down as the head of the legionaries, a discreet exit, not a public reckoning. That April, Cardinal Ratzinger became Pope Benedict XVI. And on the 19th of May, 2006, the outcome was announced. There would be no canonical trial. The reason given was Maciel's advanced age and fragile health. Instead, he was invited to withdraw from public ministry to, in the Vatican's own phrase, a life of prayer and penitence. He was never put on trial. He was never laicized, never stripped of the priesthood. In 2008, Marcial Maciel died in Florida, still, in the eyes of the Church, a priest. Consider the shape of that sentence, if you can even call it a sentence. A man against whom credible accusations of abusing dozens of children had accumulated for decades was asked, in his old age, to go and pray. And the timing tells you everything about what it really was. The Church moved against Maciel only once he was old, sick, and no longer useful. Once the fundraising engine had done its work, and the man himself had become a liability rather than an asset. The discipline was not justice arriving. It was damage control, calibrated with precision to the exact moment the secret cost more to keep than to release. And even then, the biggest secret was still hidden. It surfaced in 2010, 2 years after he was safely dead. That year, first the order he had founded, and then the Vatican itself, confirmed publicly what had been whispered for years, that Marcial Maciel had not only abused seminarians, but had also in secret fathered children. The most careful phrasing is that he fathered at least 3 children by more than one woman. Some accounts put the number as high as 6, and that the money flowing into and around his order had helped sustain that hidden second life. The Vatican's own statement, issued in May of 2010, was unusually blunt. It described a system of power that had enabled Maciel's immoral double life, a life it called, in a phrase that could serve as an epigraph for half this video, devoid of scruples. The legionaries were placed under a Vatican-ordered reform and admitted institutional culpability. Sit for a moment with the completeness of the deception and with the timing of its unraveling. Here was a man who presented himself to thousands of young men as a spiritual father, celibate, holy, a guide to their souls, and who was, in secret, a father in the most ordinary sense as well, with children hidden away and paid for. And the church said so out loud only after he was dead, only after denial had finally become more dangerous to the institution than the truth. The information had been available for decades. What changed in the end was never the facts. It was only the institution's calculation of when it could no longer afford them. Before we go on, and I'll keep this brief, because we're about to enter the gravest part of tonight's journey, and I don't want to break the spell once we're inside it. One small thing. If you're listening with your eyes closed right now, drifting, that is exactly as it should be. This show is built for that. But if you ever find yourself awake and curious, I gently point you to the full video version of these episodes over on our channel. There is a whole team of artists, animators, and editors who build the visuals that go with these stories. Quiet, careful, atmospheric work that you simply can't hear. And seeing an episode the way they made it is its own kind of experience. No pressure tonight. Just know it's there whenever you'd like to open your eyes. Now, though, we leave the modern church behind and travel back 1,000 years, because this instinct, this talent for burying what must not be seen, is far older than any modern order. Before there was a machine to cover up a scandal, there was a family that simply owned the machine outright. We have spent the last few chapters in the modern church, its banks, its courts, its cover-ups. Now I want to travel back 1,000 years to show you that none of this is modern at all. The instinct to treat the holiest office in the West as a private possession is very, very old. And there was a time when one family didn't need to cover anything up, because they simply owned the machine outright. Rome, in the early 900s. The Empire of Charlemagne, which had once loomed over the city and kept its ambitions in check, had crumbled into squabbling fragments. There was no strong external power left to watch the papacy, no emperor near enough to care who wore the tiara. And into a vacuum like that, someone always steps. Not, in this case, a reformer, and not an emperor. A family. A Roman noble family with excellent instincts for property, who looked at the throne of St. Peter and saw, essentially, real estate. The family was the house of Theophylact, and for roughly 60 years, from about 904 to 964, they ran the papacy as a family appointment. Now, you may have heard this era called by a lurid name, the pornocracy, or the rule of the harlots. And I have to stop you before we go a step further, because those names are not what anyone at the time called it. They were coined much later, in the 19th century, by Protestant German scholars with a point to make, and the related phrase, the Dark Age, comes from a Catholic cardinal writing in the 1500s. The people living through it did not think they were living in a pornocracy. The label is later editorializing, and a lot of the most salacious detail attached to it comes from a single hostile chronicler writing decades afterward, whom we will treat with appropriate suspicion. I flag all this now because the true story does not need the exaggerations. The true story is astonishing enough. For about 60 years, one Roman family owned the papacy roughly the way you might own a country estate, and they kept it in the family the usual way, by any means necessary. The central operator of that family was a woman, and she deserves to be seen as she actually was, rather than as the caricature the later nickname implies. Her name was Marozia, daughter of Theophylact. And if you set aside the hostile gossip and look only at what the sober sources actually support, what she did is remarkable enough without any embellishment. When a sitting pope, John X, became a political threat to her family's interests, Marozia engineered his downfall. He was arrested and, in the fortress of Castel Sant'Angelo, suffocated to death around the year 928. The nobility of Rome granted Marozia titles no woman had held in that way before: senatrix and patricia, senator and patrician of Rome. And in 931, she placed her own son, then around 21 years old, on the papal throne as Pope John XI. I'll deal with the famous scandalous claim honestly and then set it aside. It is often said that Marozia had been, as a very young woman, the mistress of an earlier pope, Sergius III, and that John XI was their son. That claim rests almost entirely on that one hostile chronicler I mentioned, writing some 50 years later with an axe to grind, and the timing of her son's birth actually argues against it. So I will not present it as fact, and I will not pile it together with his other lurid claims as if they corroborate one another. They come from the same suspect pen. But strip all that away, and what remains is the clearest illustration in this entire video of a simple, dangerous truth. Access is power, and office is optional. Marozia never held the papacy. She held something better, the ability to decide who did. She controlled the succession through the custody of her rivals and the bloodline of her sons. A pope smothered in a fortress, her own boy crowned before he was old enough to know what it cost. She had the whole machine running smoothly. What she had not accounted for was her other son. The undoing came, fittingly, from inside the family, which is the recurring fate of any power built on blood rather than on institutions. In 932, Marozia reached for the last prize left to her, a crown of her own. She arranged to marry Hugh of Arles, a bid to become Queen of Italy, and set her power on a permanent footing. And at the wedding, at the very moment of her triumph, her son from an earlier marriage, Alberic II, led an uprising against her. He seized his mother, threw her into prison, and there she stayed for the rest of her life, dying some years later behind those walls. Savor the symmetry of that, because history rarely arranges its ironies so neatly. The woman who had built her entire power on controlling her sons, installing one as pope, using her children as the instruments of the dynasty, was brought down and locked away by one of those very sons. The machine turned on its maker. And here is the part that tips from tragedy into something closer to grim farce. Alberic did not overthrow his mother because he objected to a family treating the papacy as a private heirloom. He overthrew her so that he could do it himself. He ran Rome as its secular strongman for the next 2 decades. And then, on his deathbed, he gathered the nobles of Rome and made them swear a solemn oath that when the current pope died, they would elect his son, a teenager named Octavian, to the throne of St. Peter. The man who had risen by destroying his mother's grip on the papacy spent his last breath ensuring his own son would inherit it. The machine didn't break. It just changed hands and pointed itself at the next generation. Octavian got his throne. Around the age of 17 or 18, he became Pope John XII, and here the dynasty reached a peak so strange it has never been repeated. Because Octavian did not give up his secular power when he took the papal name. He held both at once, Prince of Rome in his own person, and Pope of the whole Church, the sword and the keys gripped in one very young pair of hands. For a moment it looked like strength. In 962, John XII crowned the German king Otto I as Holy Roman Emperor, reviving the imperial title after some 40 years, in exchange for Otto's protection. And then, almost immediately, the teenage pope did what the men of his family always did. He schemed. Within a year, he was secretly conspiring with Otto's enemies. Otto, enraged, marched back to Rome, besieged the city, and convened a synod that deposed John XII on a sweeping list of charges. He clawed his way back to the throne briefly, and then, in May of 964, at around 27 years old, he died. The lurid manner of that death, like the wildest of his reported vices, comes to us mainly from that same hostile chronicler. So I'll leave it where it belongs, in the realm of enemy gossip. But now, having watched all of this, a pope smothered in a fortress, a mother imprisoned by her son, a teenager holding church and state in one fist, I want to take you back to a promise I made much earlier tonight. Do you remember the woman we said almost certainly never existed? Pope Joan, the legend of a woman who secretly served as pope and gave birth in the street. I told you the legend was false, debunked, fictional, and it is. But I also told you that the reason Europe believed it for 400 years was more disturbing than the legend itself. This is the reason. For 60 years, all of Christendom had watched a single Roman family capture the papacy and run it as a family business, had watched women who held no office make and unmake popes, had watched sons overthrow mothers, had watched a boy be crowned who was pope and prince at once. If all of that could happen in the daylight, in the documented, undeniable record, then how hard was it, really, to believe that a clever woman might once have slipped onto the throne in disguise? The legend of Pope Joan was folklore metabolizing a memory. The woman who never was became believable because of the family that actually did it. The myth was false. The fear behind it was entirely earned. From a family that owned the papacy by blood, we turn now to a modern man who tried to own something almost as powerful. Not the throne itself, but the making of the men who sat near it. A kingmaker in the American church. There is a particular kind of man every large institution comes to depend on. The one who makes the impossible easy, who can open a checkbook or a foreign government with the same warm handshake, who arrives and problems get solved. In the American Catholic Church of the late 20th century, that man was Theodore McCarrick. And his story is the clearest, coldest statement of everything we have been circling all night, that inside a hierarchy, information is power, and that a man useful enough to the institution can make the institution decide, quietly, not to look too hard at what it already knows. McCarrick rose without friction. From 1976 onward, he cultivated a personal relationship with the man who would become Pope John Paul II, and then with the Pope himself. He became known as one of the most effective fundraisers the American Church had ever produced, gathering enormous sums from wealthy donors and directing them toward Rome. He was sent as a kind of soft power diplomat to difficult corners of the world, a churchman who could talk to anyone. He was, in short, tremendously valuable, and I want to establish that value plainly, before anything else, because his value is not a detail in this story. It is the mechanism of it. Here is the quiet dissonance to carry through the chapter. The more useful a man is to an institution, the more that institution has invested in believing the best about him. Every dollar he raised, every crisis he smoothed, every door he opened became, without anyone ever deciding it consciously, a reason not to examine him closely. His usefulness did not merely earn him gratitude. It brought him the benefit of the doubt, renewed year after year, and the benefit of the doubt, extended long enough to the wrong man, becomes a shield. The warnings were not missed. That is the thing to understand. They were received, read, and reasoned away. In 1992 and 1993, a series of anonymous letters circulated through the channels of the American Church, sent to the Bishops' Conference, to the Pope's ambassador in Washington, to cardinals, alleging that McCarrick shared his bed with young men, with seminarians. And the letters were discounted on a specific and not unreasonable ground. They were anonymous. The policy of the era held that unsigned accusations could not be acted upon. Taken by itself, that is a defensible rule. You can see the fairness in it, the protection against faceless slander. But watch how a reasonable rule behaves when it meets a valuable man. The accusations did not go away. In October of 1999, Cardinal John O'Connor of New York, no anonymous letter writer, but one of the most senior figures in the American Church, formally put his concerns about McCarrick in writing to the Pope's ambassador, and those concerns reached John Paul II himself. The information was now inside the building at the highest level, carried by a name that could not be dismissed. And this is the lesson the chapter turns on, so I'll say it once and let the rest demonstrate it. There is a difference between information an institution does not have and information it has but has decided not to act on. The first is ignorance. The second is a choice. And every reasonable rule that filtered out one more warning. It's only anonymous. It's only one priest. His own history is questionable, added up, in aggregate, to a filter that did exactly one thing reliably. It protected the powerful. Then came the single most consequential document in the whole affair, and, tellingly, it was not an accusation. It was a denial, written in the accused man's own hand. In the spring and summer of 2000, as McCarrick was being considered for the most important post in the American Church, Archbishop of Washington, the Pope's ambassador made a written inquiry to 4 bishops in New Jersey who would know, and the answers that came back confirmed it. McCarrick had, in fact, shared beds with young men. The inquiry stopped short of confirming sexual misconduct, and the later Vatican investigation would find that 3 of those 4 bishops had given Rome information that was inaccurate and incomplete. But the core fact, the bed sharing, was confirmed in writing to the Holy See. On the strength of that, in July of 2000, John Paul II initially decided against promoting McCarrick to Washington. The system, for one moment, worked. And then, on the 6th of August, 2000, McCarrick sat down and wrote a private letter, by hand, to the Pope's personal secretary. In it, he flatly denied everything. "In the 70 years of my life," he wrote, "I have never had sexual relations with any person." And John Paul II believed him. The later report offers a genuinely human explanation for why. The Pope had come of age in communist Poland, where the state routinely fabricated sexual smears to destroy troublesome priests, and he was therefore primed, by his own hard experience, to see an accusation like this as exactly that kind of lie. Whatever the reason, the effect was total. The Pope reversed his decision. In November of 2000, McCarrick became Archbishop of Washington. The following year, a cardinal. One handwritten sentence from a trusted man had overturned a pope's own judgment and a confirmed internal finding. Everything that followed for the next 2 decades grew from the choice to believe it. For nearly 20 years after that, the secret did not merely survive. It flourished, in plain sight, while the man who held it rose to the summit of the American Church and began, quietly, to shape it. As a cardinal, McCarrick became what he himself reportedly called a kingmaker, a man influential in the appointment of other bishops and cardinals, a maker of careers, while continuing to raise vast sums for the Vatican. And through those years, fresh warnings kept arriving and kept being set aside. In one case, an accusing priest's own troubled history was judged to undermine his credibility, and the allegation was discounted. The pattern simply ran and ran and ran. There is an interpretation, and I'll flag it clearly as interpretation, the reading of journalists rather than a finding of any official report, that McCarrick understood his own fundraising indispensability and cultivated it deliberately as a form of protection. Whether or not it was conscious, the structural effect is undeniable, and it is the purest expression of a phrase we have used all night: power protects itself. A man who helps decide who becomes a cardinal is the very last man the system wants to discover it was wrong about. His usefulness did not just make people reluctant to believe the accusations. It made the institution structurally invested in their being false. The answer, all that time, was already inside the building. It had been confirmed in writing in the year 2000. What was missing was not information. What was missing was an accusation in exactly the shape the rules were finally willing to hear. It arrived in June of 2017. That month, the Archdiocese of New York found credible and substantiated an allegation that McCarrick had abused a minor, a teenage boy, decades earlier. And this, at last, was the version the machinery could not filter out. Not an anonymous letter, not a rumor about adult seminarians in a legal gray zone, but a credible, substantiated allegation involving a child. Once it existed, the fall was swift and total. In 2018, McCarrick resigned from the College of Cardinals, the first man to lose that rank in a century. In February of 2019, a Vatican tribunal found him guilty of soliciting sex in the confessional and of offenses involving both minors and adults, with abuse of power as an aggravating factor, and laicized him, stripped him of the priesthood entirely. He was the first cardinal to be defrocked in the modern era. And then the Church did the rarest thing in this entire video. On the 10th of November, 2020, it published a report on itself, 449 pages, documenting in the institution's own words who had known what, and when, at every level, across the decades of McCarrick's rise. It laid out the letters, the confirmed bed-sharing, the believed denial, the promotions that happened anyway. It documented that, until 2017, no senior official had ever put the earlier file in front of Pope Francis. I'll note in fairness that some survivors and advocates criticized the report as too gentle toward Francis and the Roman bureaucracy. The confession, even here, has its defenders and its skeptics. Theodore McCarrick died in April of 2025 at the age of 94, living out his last years in restricted penance, his case never having reached a criminal court outside the Church. But look at the shape of even this, the honest reckoning, because it is the pattern to the very end. The receipts existed the whole time. The confirmed fact sat in a file from the year 2000. The Church did eventually investigate itself and print the answer in 449 pages, but on its own timeline, in its own language, and only once the man at the center of it was finished and old and no longer of any use to anyone. Disclosure, even in the form of confession, arrived exactly when the institution chose to allow it. And if the story ended with McCarrick, it would be tempting to call him a single bad man the system was simply too slow to catch. But it does not end with one man. The same reflex that shielded one useful cardinal, keep the file inside, control when the world is allowed to know, was never the work of a few bad individuals acting alone. It was the working of entire national churches, measured not in one ruined life, but in tens of thousands of them. Before we go back to the oldest and most personal form of this crime, we have to look, just once, at its very largest. The last chapter was about one man, one cardinal, protected for decades because he was too useful to examine. And it would be comforting to leave it there, to file Theodore McCarrick away as a single rotten figure whom a flawed system failed to catch in time. But I have kept you up this late and told you this many stories to earn the right to say the harder thing. McCarrick was not the disease. He was one visible symptom of it. And when the world finally worked up the nerve to stop looking at individual men and start counting, to ask not who did this, but how many, and how long, and who knew, the numbers that came back were of a scale that no single villain could ever explain. That counting is the subject of this chapter. And notice, before we even begin, who did it? Not the church. In every case you are about to hear, the true scale was established not by the institution examining its own conscience, but by an outside power that finally forced the doors, a government commission, a national inquiry, and, in one astonishing case, a single retired woman with a library card and a question she would not let go of. The pattern you have watched all night holds even here, at the very end of the modern age. The information existed. It always existed. What was missing, until an outsider supplied it, was permission to know the size of it. Begin in Ireland, because Ireland did something almost unique. A Catholic nation turned the machinery of the state on the church that had helped raise it and made itself count the cost. For most of the 20th century, the Irish state had quietly handed the church its most vulnerable people, orphans, unmarried mothers, the poor, the inconvenient, to be managed in a vast network of church-run institutions. And beginning in 2009, a series of official state inquiries pried those institutions open. The Ryan Report, published that year after a decade of investigation, found that abuse of children in the church-run industrial schools and orphanages had not been occasional or aberrant, but its word, endemic, running back decades. Months later, the Murphy Report examined how the Archdiocese of Dublin had handled complaints against its priests, and delivered a finding so clear it reads like the thesis of this entire video. The church authorities, it concluded, had prioritized the maintenance of secrecy, the avoidance of scandal, the protection of the reputation of the church, and the preservation of its assets. And everything else, and here I am quoting, including the welfare of children and justice for victim backgrounds, was subordinated to these priorities. That is not an accusation from an enemy of the church. That is the finding of an official commission of a Catholic country, written down in plain state language. The institution had a ranked list of priorities, and children were below the reputation of the church on it. Then there were the Magdalene laundries, institutions run by religious orders, where women and girls deemed troublesome or fallen were confined and made to work, without pay, sometimes for years, some of them until the last laundry closed in 1996. More than 10,000 women passed through them over the century of their operation. And when a state inquiry finally established the government's own role in sustaining them, the Irish Taoiseach, Enda Kenny, stood up in 2013 and did the thing the church itself had spent decades avoiding. He apologized formally on behalf of the state, calling it the nation's shame. The reckoning, once again, came through the government. The apology that mattered came from a prime minister, not a pope. But the single most haunting number in all of it did not come from a government at all. It came from one woman. In the town of Tuam, in County Galway, there had once been a home for unmarried mothers and their babies, run by a religious order between 1925 and 1961. Local people had always known, vaguely, that many children had died there. What no one had counted was how many, or asked where they had gone. A retired local historian named Catherine Corliss decided to find out. Working on her own, through birth and death records, she established that some 796 children had died at that single home over its years of operation, and that for the great majority of them, there was no burial record anywhere. She then traced what had become of at least some of those remains, and the answer, when it came, was one of the quietest and most terrible facts I have had to tell you tonight. Many appeared to have been placed in the structure of a disused sewage system on the grounds. I am going to state that and move on, because those were children, and the restraint is the least they are owed. Corliss was, at first, doubted and dismissed, but she was right. Her work forced the Irish state to convene a full commission of investigation into the country's mother and baby homes, which reported in 2021. Across the 18 institutions it examined, it found that roughly 9,000 children had died, about 1 in every 7 born into them. The day after that report was published, the Taoiseach of the day, Michael Martin, delivered another formal state apology. And I want you to hold the mechanism of this in your mind, because it is the whole point. An institution with more resources, more records, and more continuity than almost any organization on Earth had presided over those deaths and never counted them. The count came from a retired woman working alone with public records because she would not accept that a number that large was allowed to stay unknown. And then, in 2021, came the number that made the scale of the thing impossible for anyone to keep calling it a matter of a few bad men. In France, the Catholic Church did something unusual, and to its genuine credit, it commissioned an independent investigation into itself, headed by a respected former senior civil servant named Jean-Marc Sauvé, and then it did not flinch from publishing what that investigation found. The report landed in October of 2021, and its central estimate was staggering. Since 1950, the Commission concluded, roughly 216,000 children had been sexually abused by priests and members of religious orders in France. And when abuse by other church-connected adults, lay teachers and staff, was included, the figure rose to around 330,000. 330,000. Sauvé, presenting it, refused every comforting euphemism. This was not a few black sheep, he said. The phenomenon was systemic. I should note, in fairness, that a minority of critics have disputed the statistical method used to reach that estimate, since it was extrapolated from a national survey rather than counted case by case, and that is a real methodological argument worth acknowledging. But even the most conservative, honest reading of that report describes a catastrophe measured in the tens of thousands at the very least, in a single country, in living memory. Set the whole night's arithmetic side by side. Then, we spent a chapter on Maciel, one founder. We spent a chapter on McCarrick, one cardinal. And here, in 2 countries alone, the count runs into the many thousands and past 300,000, and the reckoning arrives every single time from the outside, a state inquiry, a national commission, a woman with a library card, and never, or almost never, from the institution volunteering the truth on its own. You might imagine, hearing numbers like these, that this is a uniquely modern horror, a failure of the bureaucratic 20th century church, something that could only happen in the age of the institution. It is not. The logic underneath it, that the child belongs to the church, that the institution's claim outranks the family's, that a life can be quietly kept and its cost quietly buried, is centuries old. And to see that logic in its rawest, oldest, most personal form, stripped of all the reports and commissions and statistics, we have to leave the modern world entirely and go back to a single house in the city of Bologna on a summer night in 1858 and a 6-year-old boy. Every story tonight has turned on a piece of hidden information, a forged deed, a misfiled parchment, a letter that changed a pope's mind. This one turns on the smallest secret of all, a few drops of water and a few whispered words in a house in Bologna that no one in the family knew had happened. And it shows you, more starkly than any archive, what this institution could do when it controlled both the law and the men who enforced it. In the early 1850s, in the city of Bologna, then part of the Papal States, territory ruled directly by the Pope, a Jewish family named Mortara employed a young Catholic servant girl named Anna Maurici. And at some point, when one of the Mortara children, an infant named Edgardo, fell ill and Maurici feared he might die, she did something on her own initiative and told no one. She baptized him. Quietly, without the family's knowledge or consent, a Catholic servant performed a secret baptism on a Jewish baby she thought was dying. The baby did not die. Edgardo recovered and grew, and the secret sat in that house for years, unknown to his own parents, a hidden fact with a fuse attached that no one could see. It was only later, around 1857, that Maurici mentioned what she had done to local church authorities, reportedly around the time she was seeking a dowry from the church. And I should say plainly that Maurici's account and her motives were questioned even by her contemporaries. She was described by some as unreliable, as a servant with reasons of her own. But here is the terrible thing about how this institution worked. Her reliability did not actually matter. Once the claim of a baptism existed, the machine took over. Because in the eyes of the church, a baptized child, however secretly, however improperly, however doubtfully baptized, could not be raised by Jews. The most dangerous thing in the Mortara house for 6 years was a secret no one who lived there even knew was there. The law that followed from that secret was not broken. That is the whole point. The law was simply applied exactly as it was written. Canon law of the era held that a validly baptized child was a Christian, and a Christian child could not be raised outside the church, full stop, regardless of the parent's faith, regardless of consent, regardless of the fact that the baptism had been performed in secret by a teenage servant with no authority to decide the spiritual fate of someone else's son. The rule did not care how the baptism happened. It cared only that it was claimed to have happened. So on the night of the 23rd of June, 1858. The papal police came to the Mortara home. Acting on the authority of the local inquisitor, who had acted on Maurici's testimony, they removed 6-year-old Edgardo Mortara from his parents and took him away to be raised as a Catholic. I am going to describe that moment only as mechanism, not as spectacle, because the family's grief does not need me to embroider it, and the boy's fear is not mine to perform. What I want you to see is the cold machinery of it. No crime was committed by the men at the door. They were enforcing the law. The law was written by the church. The court that interpreted it was the church's court. The police who carried it out answered to the church, because the church was also the state. Every single institution that a family might appeal to, the lawmaker, the judge, the police, was the same institution that was taking their child. A private, unwitnessed act by a servant had been converted by an institution that controlled every relevant lever into an irreversible claim on a human life. That is the secret this chapter is really about. Not the baptism, but the machinery that could make a whispered, doubtful act permanent. And the machinery ran all the way to the top, because the man at the top decided to make it his own. Pope Pius IX personally ratified the seizure of Edgardo Mortara. He did not treat it as an unfortunate case handled by subordinates. He took ownership of it. He brought the boy into the orbit of his own household, took a personal interest in his upbringing, and framed the whole thing, publicly, as an act of care. Edgardo would be well looked after, raised in the true faith, given a better life than the one he had been taken from. The kindness was asserted by the very hand that would not let go. Edgardo's parents, Momolo and Mariana, did everything a family could do. They appealed. They petitioned. They begged. They spent years trying to recover their son. And the Pope refused. Every time. Every appeal met the same answer. Understand what taking the case personally did in terms of power. By making Edgardo Mortara a matter of his own authority, Pius IX ensured that giving the boy back would no longer be a simple act of mercy. It would be an admission that the Pope had been wrong, a concession of the Church's authority to outside pressure. And that is a currency this institution has almost never been willing to spend. The one man on earth who could have ended it with a single word had decided that the word would be no, and he had made his own prestige the reason it could never change. What makes the Mortara case extraordinary is that it did not stay a private tragedy. It became one of the great international scandals of the 19th century, and it broke, completely, against the same wall we have watched hold all night. The story spread across Europe and to the United States. Newspapers took it up. Jewish communities organized. Diplomats raised it. Prominent public figures, many of them not Jewish at all, wrote and spoke and petitioned on behalf of the Mortara family. Even powerful heads of state made their displeasure known to Rome. It was, for its time, something very close to a global outcry, organized, sustained, and enormous. And it made no difference whatsoever. The Vatican never relented. The Pope kept the boy. Some historians, David Kurtzer foremost among them, have argued that this international backlash materially weakened support for the Pope's temporal rule, and contributed to the eventual collapse of the Papal States in 1870. I offer that as an argument, an interpretation of causes, not a settled fact. History rarely turns on a single hinge. But whether or not the Mortara affair helped bring down the Pope's kingdom, the immediate lesson of it is the one this whole video keeps teaching. Half the Western world stood on the side of that family, and it changed nothing, because a sovereign that controls its own law, its own courts, and its own police answers to no outside power. And so an appeal, however vast and however righteous, is only ever theater. The knock at the door of a Jewish family in Bologna was answered by the full authority of the Church. The knock of the entire world at the gates of Rome was not answered at all. There is a final turn to this story, and it carries the theme forward in a way I did not expect when I first read it. Edgardo Mortara was raised Catholic. He was educated by a religious order, and, this is the part that unsettles everyone who hears it, he embraced the faith he had been taken into. He entered the order himself at 16, and eventually became a priest, taking the name Pio in honor of the very Pope who had taken him. He spent his life defending what had been done to him. It is possible to read that as genuine faith, or as the profound psychology of a child raised entirely by the institution that took him from his parents. The record allows both, and I won't pretend to settle which is true. You might think that whatever one makes of it, an episode like this, a child seized from his family over a servant's secret baptism, is at least safely in the past, an embarrassment the modern church has firmly left behind. And here is the detail that makes the Mortara case belong in a video about secrets that were never meant to stay buried. In January of 2018, not 1918, 2018, a priest published an essay in a prominent Catholic journal defending Pius IX's actions as morally and canonically correct, defending the seizure. In our own century, it set off a fierce argument inside American Catholicism about whether the Church has ever actually repudiated what it did to Edgardo Mortara, or merely stopped doing it. That is what "never meant to be public" comes to mean at its deepest. Not a document in a vault, but a moral wound the institution has never fully been willing to disown, still capable of being reopened, in print, 160 years later. Hold that thread. A family with no court to appeal to, an institution that answers to no one, because we are almost at the last door. But first, one more sealed room, closer to our own time. A killing inside these walls, a verdict delivered in a single day, and a file that no power on earth has been allowed to open since. Before we reach the last door of all, there is one more room to stand in, smaller than the others, closer to our own time, and in some ways the coldest of the night. It is a set of rooms, actually, an apartment inside the Vatican walls, where 3 people died in a single evening, and where the full story of how they died was told to the world before the next day was out. It is the plainest demonstration in this entire catalogue of what sovereignty means when it is pointed at a killing, because here there was no forged document, no centuries-old parchment, no myth to untangle. There was a crime scene, and there was the only authority permitted to examine it, and they were the same institution. But it begins, as these things so often do, on a good day. On the 4th of May, 1998, a Swiss soldier named Alois Estermann reached the summit of his career. He was 43 years old, and after months serving as acting commander, he was formally installed that day as commander of the Pontifical Swiss Guard, the small corps of Swiss Catholics who have guarded the person of the Pope in their distinctive uniforms for 5 centuries. It is one of the oldest and most trusted posts in the entire Vatican, defined by a single purpose: proximity to the Pope and the protection of his life. For a career soldier of the Guard, there is no higher honor. Estermann had reason to feel it deeply. Years earlier, in 1981, he had been one of the guardsmen present when a gunman shot John Paul II in St. Peter's Square, and by some accounts he had moved to shield the wounded Pope. Now the command of the whole corps was his. He would hold the post he had waited his whole life for, through the afternoon and into the evening. He would not survive the night. That same evening, Estermann was at home in his Vatican apartment with his wife, Gladys Meza Romero, a woman of Venezuelan birth. By one account, they were on the telephone with a friend. At some point in the evening, a young corporal of the guard, Cedric Tornay, 23 years old, came to the apartment. I am going to describe what followed only as fact, and briefly, because the detail is not what this chapter is about, and the dead are owed that much restraint. The 3 of them, Estermann, his wife, and the young corporal, were found shot dead inside the commander's residence. The alarm was raised by those close enough to hear the disturbance: a religious sister, Annalena Meyer, who lived nearby and heard the sounds, and another guardsman who reached the scene. Tornay's own service weapon was found beneath his body. 3 people were dead inside the walls of the smallest, most closely guarded state on earth, a walled enclave of 100-odd acres in the middle of Rome, with its own police, its own courts, and its own sovereign, answerable to no other government. And that is the fact that shapes everything that comes after. Because the crime had occurred inside the one place in the world where the investigators, the coroner, the prosecutor, and the judge all served the same master. Whatever happened in that apartment, the account of what happened would be written by a single institution, and there was no outside body on earth with the standing to write a competing one. What happened next would be decided entirely by the state those walls belonged to. And it was decided fast. Within roughly a single day, the Vatican told the world the whole story. Its spokesman, Joaquin Navarro Valls, announced that the killings were the work of the young corporal, Cedric Tornay, that in what was described as a sudden fit of madness, Tornay had shot the commander and his wife, and then himself. And the statement did not stop at who and how. It supplied the why. The motive, the Vatican said, was resentment. Estermann had recently disciplined Tornay, and the corporal had been passed over for a long service decoration, the Benemerenti Medal, customarily awarded after 3 years in the Guard. A note said to have been found in Tornay's locker was quoted in support of it, a bitter line about enduring years of injustice only to be denied the one thing he wanted. I want to be careful here, because, There is a real human tragedy in these facts, and I am not going to pretend to know what was in that young man's mind. It is entirely possible that the official account is true in every particular. But set the content of the verdict aside for a moment and look only at its speed, because the speed is the thing. A triple death, a killing of the Pope's own commander, inside the Pope's own walls, was investigated, explained, assigned a culprit, and given a motive, and all of it delivered to the world's press in about the time it takes most jurisdictions to secure a scene and notify the families. The full architecture of a closed case, complete with the state of mind of a man who could no longer speak for himself, was public within a day. And this is what no outside jurisdiction actually purchases. It does not merely mean that no Italian magistrate could enter. It means that a verdict can be produced at a speed no ordinary investigation could ever match, because there is no adversary in the process, no defense, no rival authority, no one with the standing to say wait. The whole story was public within a day, and there was no one on earth with the power to check it. The official report came the following year, and it confirmed the verdict. Tornay had acted alone. It added detail from the autopsy offered as context for his state of mind, traces of cannabis in his system, and a benign cyst on the brain, factors presented as helping to explain a sudden loss of control. The case was formally closed, and the full files, the witness statements, the underlying evidence, were retained inside the Vatican's own jurisdiction and not released. Now, a case can be closed and still refuse to stay quiet, and this one did. In the years that followed, challenges to the official account arrived from outside the walls, and every one of them ran into the same door. French lawyers published a book arguing the scene had been staged, that the physical evidence did not fit the story of a lone gunman. A German news outlet alleged that Estermann had years earlier been an informant for the East German Stasi, a claim I flagged deliberately as exactly that, an unproven allegation from a single source that the Vatican forcefully denied and behind which no authenticated file has ever been produced. I raise it only because it became part of the swirl of theories, not because it has been established. And Tornay's own family assembled a legal team and commissioned a second independent autopsy in Lausanne, which, they argued, contradicted the Vatican's account of the position of his body at the moment of death. Here is what matters about all of it. Every one of those challenges was possible. Not one of them could ever be tested. The competing autopsy, the staging theory, the questions about trajectory and position, these are the kinds of disputes that, anywhere else, an independent court would resolve by compelling the evidence and hearing both sides. But there was no independent court. The only body holding the files was the same body that had written the verdict, and it was under no obligation to open them to anyone. Sovereignty does not answer hard questions. It simply removes the venue in which they could be asked. Every challenge to the verdict was conceivable. None of them could ever be adjudicated, because the only institution with the evidence was the one whose account was being challenged. And against that wall stood a mother. Cédric Tournay's mother, Muguette Bourdin, did not accept the file she was not allowed to read. For more than 20 years she pushed, commissioning that second autopsy, pressing lawyers and journalists, refusing to let the case settle into history as a closed matter of murder and suicide. In 2019, she formally asked the Vatican to reopen the investigation. She was, by then, an ordinary woman in late life, asking the smallest sovereign state on earth to unseal a file about her dead son. It is difficult to imagine a more lopsided contest, a single grieving parent on one side, and on the other, an institution built, more than almost any other, to outlast the people who make demands of it. And then, something genuinely unusual happened. On the 4th of May, 2021, the 23rd anniversary, to the day of the deaths, the Vatican's own Secretary of State, Cardinal Pietro Parolin, the second highest official in the entire Church, publicly asked the Vatican City Tribunal to give particular attention to Baudet's request for access to the sealed files. For the institution's own number 2 to intervene, in public, on behalf of a grieving mother's petition against his own state's archive, was a remarkable gesture, and it tells you how much moral weight her 2 decades of refusal had accumulated. But notice where even that leaves us. It took the personal, public intervention of the Vatican's second-in-command before a mother's request to read the file on her own son was so much as treated as worthy of particular attention. And still, as of the most recent reporting, the case remains officially closed, and the files remain sealed. The verdict stands not because it was proven to a neutral world, but because there is no neutral world with the authority to make the Vatican prove it. That is the whole lesson of this room, and it needs no embellishment. A truth claim that no outside power is permitted to test becomes, in practice, simply the truth. The world is left to accept a verdict it was never allowed to review. The seal on this file has held for a generation and may hold forever. And by now, you may be sensing that this particular sealed file was not an improvisation at all, that a verdict delivered in a single day and a case closed by sovereign right were not a one-off, but the routine working of something older and more deliberate than any one tragedy. You would be right, because the seal has a name. Before we reach the last door of all, I have to show you the rule that has been sitting quietly behind every locked room we have stood in tonight. We have spent a long night watching the same move performed over and over in a dozen different centuries by a dozen different hands. A crime defined by the only court allowed to define it. A record misfiled for 700 years. A file sealed by sovereign right so that a mother could not read the truth about her own son. And each time I have described these as if they were separate acts of improvisation. A clever pope here, a convenient accident there, an institution reaching case by case, for whatever would keep the inconvenient thing quiet. Before we reach the last door, I have to tell you the part I have been holding back. Because at a certain point, the Church stopped improvising. It took the instinct we have watched all night, the instinct to control who is allowed to know a thing, and when, and it did what a great institution does with any practice it means to keep. It wrote it down. It made it a rule. It gave the seal a name, and the name is the Pontifical Secret. The Pontifical Secret, the Secretum Pontificium, is the highest grade of confidentiality in the entire Church, a formal classification reserved for its most sensitive business. And what turned it, in the modern age, from a piece of administrative housekeeping into something far darker was the decision to place a specific category of document under that seal. The internal church files on priests accused of abusing the vulnerable. To see how deliberate this was, you have to go back to a document most Catholics have never heard of, with a Latin name, Crimen Solicitationis. It was first drawn up in 1922 and then reissued in a near-identical form in 1962. And the second date is the one that ought to stop you, because of who signed off on it. 1962 was the dawn of the Second Vatican Council, the great modernizing, window-opening reform of the Church, presided over by Pope John XXIII, remembered as the warmest, most humane reforming pope of the century. It was under him, and signed by the head of his holy office, that this document was sent out to the bishops of the world. And what the document did was impose absolute secrecy on the Church's internal handling of certain grave crimes, including the sexual abuse of the vulnerable by clergy. Read how the secrecy worked, and the design becomes unmistakable. The obligation of silence did not fall only on the accused priest, to protect his reputation until proven guilty. It fell on everyone the case touched: the witnesses, the church officials running the tribunal, and the victim. Everyone who came into contact with the canonical process was bound to silence, and the penalty for breaking that silence, for speaking of the case outside the walls of the Church's own court, was the most serious the institution can impose: automatic excommunication. Think about what that means in practice. A person who had been harmed, coming to the Church for justice through its own internal process, could find themselves bound by a solemn oath, under threat of being cut off from the Church entirely, not to speak of what had been done to them. The confessional silence that was meant to protect the penitent had been turned, in effect, into a silence that protected the institution. For decades, this stayed almost entirely invisible, exactly as intended. And then, at the turn of the millennium, two things happened at once. The machine was reinforced, and, almost simultaneously, it began to be exposed. In 2001, Pope John Paul II formally centralized the handling of these gravest cases, pulling them under the direct authority of the Vatican office then led by Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger, the future Pope Benedict, and a letter went out to every bishop on earth instructing them to report such cases to Rome under the pontifical secret. The stated logic was consistency and seriousness. Rome would take direct control. But the practical effect, layered on top of the old rule of silence, was a system in which the most damning files on abusive clergy flowed inward to a central archive, sealed under the Church's highest classification, and, this is the part that mattered to the outside world, were treated as beyond the reach of civil law enforcement. When prosecutors and grand juries in country after country went looking for the Church's own records of what it had known, again and again they ran into the same wall. Those files were pontifical secrets. The great American grand jury reports of the following years would describe exactly this: a documented, institutional practice of keeping the record inside and the police outside. The exposure came from the same direction it always does in this video, from the outside. In 2003, an American news program put the 1962 document on television and asked the obvious, devastating question: was this, in effect, a written blueprint for covering up abuse? And that question detonated, because for the first time the ordinary faithful could see that the silence they had experienced, case by case, was not an accident of 100 separate cowardly decisions. It was a policy. It had a name and a date and a signature. Now, I promised you at the start of tonight that I would be fair even to the institution I have spent hours prosecuting. And here that promise costs me something, so I will pay it. There is a genuine defense of the pontifical secret, and it is not nothing. Confidentiality in a criminal process protects the innocent as well as the guilty. A priest, falsely accused, has a real interest in the charge not being broadcast before it is tested. And canon law, like any legal system, has reasons to guard its proceedings. Defenders argue the secret was always meant to protect the integrity of the process and the reputations of all involved, not to shield the guilty. I record that argument honestly, but I would ask you to weigh it against the single fact that even the Church, in the end, could not weigh it against. That fact is this: it was not until the 17th of December, 2019, that the Vatican formally removed the pontifical secret from cases of the sexual abuse of minors. 2019, nearly 100 years after the rule was first written. Almost 2 decades after the scandal broke open in Boston and swept the world. On that day, Pope Francis issued new norms declaring that these cases would no longer be bound by the pontifical secret, and, in the line that tells you everything about what the seal had been doing all along, that victims, witnesses, and those who reported abuse shall not be bound by any obligation of silence. Sit with the fact that this had to be said. That in the year 2019, it was necessary for a pope to formally announce that a person who had been harmed was permitted to speak about it. The seal that had to be broken was a seal that had, for a lifetime, held silence over the very people it should have been protecting. And in perfect keeping with everything else tonight, even this opening was partial. Canon lawyers were quick to note that the 2019 reform did not simply throw the archives open to the world's police. The Church still retained real control over its internal files, still invoked confidentiality to protect the workings of its own tribunals. The seal was lifted. It was not shattered. The institution surrendered exactly as much control of the record as the moment demanded, and not one document more, which is, when you think about it, the same sentence I could have written about almost any door we have opened tonight. So now you know the shape of the machine, and you know its name. You have watched it define crimes, misfile confessions, seal files, and swear victims to silence across 1100 years, until at last it wrote itself down as law. There is only one door left. It is the oldest instinct in this whole catalogue applied to the single largest crime in human history, and it is the one the institution kept sealed the longest and guarded the hardest, and did not merely lock, but carefully, deliberately edited before it ever let you look. the last door. The one that opens on a war, on a pope who chose silence, and on the question of what the Church knew while 6 million people died. So we come to it, the last door, the one I promised you at the very beginning of the night, the one the institution kept sealed the longest and guarded the hardest. And I want to tell you before we open it that this chapter is different from every other one tonight. In all the others, I have eventually told you what I think happened. Here I am not going to, because the honest truth is that the argument behind this door is still going on, in our own time, among serious people, and the point of this story was never to settle it. The point is who controlled the record of it, and for how long, and how we finally got to read the real thing. That I can show you. The verdict on the man I am going to leave open, because that is the only honest way to leave it. It begins in March of 1939, on the eve of the war, with the election of a pope. And the first thing to understand about Eugenio Pacelli, who took the name Pius XII, is that he was not, by temperament or training, a prophet. He was a diplomat, the finest the Vatican had. He had served as its Secretary of State, its chief diplomat, and in 1933 he had personally negotiated the Reichskonkordat, the treaty between the Holy See and Hitler's new government. He was an institutionalist to his bones, a man who believed in quiet leverage, private channels, the careful protection of the Church as an institution above almost all else. And he governed that way from the first weeks. Kurtz's research in the newly opened archives revealed that shortly after his election, this new pope opened a secret back channel to Prince Philipp von Hessen, an aristocrat who served as a personal envoy of Hitler. Talks about the position of German Catholics conducted so privately that Germany's own official ambassador to the Vatican was kept in the dark about them. That is the man who now held the largest moral platform on earth, not a firebrand, but a negotiator, working the levers off the record from the very start. A pope holding secret talks with Hitler's personal envoy, kept secret even from the Nazis' own ambassador. The question that hangs over everything that follows is what else he chose to keep off the record. The first thing to establish, because so much of the later argument depends on it, is that he knew, early and in detail. Through 1941 and 1942, reports of mass killing reached the Pope from his own nuncios, his own ambassadors, stationed across occupied Europe. They were not rumor. They were the Church's own internal intelligence, describing the systematic extermination of Europe's Jews. Alongside them came formal appeals from at least 9 governments: the United States, Britain, Switzerland, Brazil, Uruguay, Peru, Cuba, Belgium, Poland, urging the Pope to speak. In December of 1942, the Allied powers issued a joint public declaration, explicitly condemning the extermination of the Jews, and they invited the Vatican to add its name. The Vatican declined. That Christmas, Pius XII delivered his address. It ran to 26 pages, and buried within it was a single passage that acknowledged the hundreds of thousands who, sometimes only because of their nationality or race, have been consigned to death. Read it now, knowing what he knew, and it is an unmistakable reference. But read it, as his listeners did, and notice what is not there. He named no perpetrator. He named no victim, not the Jews specifically, only nationality or race. He named no country. He condemned no one who could be identified. The reception told the story. The Dutch understood it as a reference to the fate of the Jews, while the Poles felt it badly undersold the slaughter of their own people. And in private, Pius reportedly told the German ambassador that his remarks had been aimed at the atrocities of Stalin and the Soviets as much as anything else, a reading that conveniently offended no one he was still negotiating with. He had the reports. He had the platform, the single largest pulpit in the Western world. He had the words, and he chose the passive voice. Then the war came to his own doorstep. On the 16th of October, 1943, the war arrived roughly 800 yards from St. Peter's Square. That morning, SS forces sealed off the ancient Jewish ghetto of Rome and rounded up its people. The numbers from the documented record were 1,259 people arrested, 363 men, and 896 women and children, and taken to a military college a short distance away. I am going to give you the outcome and not the scene, because the scene does not need me. 2 days later, on the 18th of October, the deportation train left for Auschwitz. Of more than 1,000 people deported, about 16 survived the war. The Pope knew as it was happening. On his instruction, his Secretary of State, Cardinal Maglione, summoned the German ambassador that very morning and urged him, privately, to stop it. There was no public statement, no protest from the balcony, no naming of the crime unfolding within sight of the papal apartments. Through various interventions, some involving church institutions that sheltered people, roughly 250 of the ghetto's Jews were ultimately spared deportation. But the train still left. And here is the phrase that has followed Pius XII ever since, the one historians still use, under the Pope's very windows. It did not come from a critic or a polemicist. It came from Ernst von Weizsäcker, the German ambassador himself, reporting back to Berlin. He wrote, with something close to relief, that the Pope has not allowed himself to be carried away into any public protest, that the roundup had happened, in effect, under his very windows, and the Vatican had stayed quiet. The most damning summary of the Pope's silence was written by the Nazi diplomat who benefited from it. And after the war, that silence would take a second form, quieter, and in some ways stranger. To understand the second silence, you have to know what happened to some of the children who lived. Across occupied Europe, thousands of Jewish children survived precisely because Catholic families, convents, and institutions hid them, an act of genuine courage that saved real lives, and that belongs in this story alongside everything else. But in the hiding, many of those children were also baptized. And when the war ended, and surviving Jewish relatives came to reclaim them, a number of those cases turned into custody fights, with church officials arguing that the baptism had created a binding claim, that a child made Catholic could not simply be handed back to be raised as a Jew. You have heard that logic already tonight. in a house in Bologna in 1858. Here it was again, a century later, applied to the orphans of a genocide. The most famous case, the Finelly brothers in France, dragged on until 1953 before the courts finally returned the two boys to their surviving aunt. The historian David Kurtzer estimates that in France alone, something on the order of 1,000 or more Jewish orphans were placed with non-Jewish families and institutions, a flaw, not a precise census, and a Holy Office instruction of 1946 is part of the documented record of how the Church approached their return. I am going to state that and go no further, because these were real children, and the record is enough. The point is only this. For some who survived, survival came with a claim written against them in the institution's own books. And it was that record, the written record itself, that was about to become the whole story. For 20 years after the war, the question of what Pius XII had done and failed to do stayed mostly quiet. Then, in 1963, a German playwright named Rolf Hochhuth put it on a stage. His play, The Deputy, portrayed Pius XII as morally culpable for his silence, and it detonated. It created the modern controversy more or less single-handedly, and it put the Church on the defensive in a way it had not been about the war. And now watch how the institution answered, because the answer is the reason this story is the finale of tonight's video, rather than just one more chapter in it. The Church did not respond with a rebuttal. It responded with an archive. Pope Paul VI authorized 4 Jesuit historians, Pierre Blett, Angelo Martini, Burkhard Schneider, and Robert Graham, to go into the Vatican's wartime files and compile and publish an official documentary record, 11 volumes, drawn from the Holy See's own archives, released across the years from 1965 to 1981. It was presented as the answer to the question. Here, the Church was saying, is the record. Judge for yourselves. One of the 4 Jesuits would later insist that nothing harmful to the Pope's image had been deliberately held back, while conceding, as any honest historian must, that the completeness of any such collection is essentially impossible to prove from the inside. You have seen this move before tonight, though never at this scale. Back in Chapter 5, the Church founded temporal power on a document, the donation of Constantine, and controlled the story because it controlled the parchment. In Chapter 9, a real absolution of the Templars sat misfiled for 700 years, and whoever holds the file holds the past. This is the same play, grown to its full size and given its final name, not the forged foundation and not the misfile, but the curated complete record, the edited release. You do not need to hide a document if you can be the one who publishes it. Whoever compiles the complete account controls every argument that follows about it. 11 volumes offered to settle the matter for good, and it held for 40 years until someone was finally able to check it against the originals. That someone was David Kurtzer, and what he found is the cleanest example of this entire pattern that the Knight has to offer. When the real archive opened, Kurtzer and other scholars were able to do the one thing the 11 volumes had never allowed: Compare the published record against the original documents it claimed to reproduce. And among what he found was this. There was a wartime memo written by Monsignor Angelo dell'Acqua, an advisor to the Pope on Jewish affairs, who, in the aftermath of the 1943 Rome Roundup, had recommended that the Pope stay silent. That memo had been included in the official 11-volume record. But Kurtzer found that it had been published in edited form, that the anti-Semitic language its author had used to describe Jews, the reasoning that colored the recommendation of silence, had been quietly cut before printing. The recommendation survived into the official record. The ugliness behind it did not. I want to be precise about the confidence here, because it matters. That material was omitted from the published version is well established. The exact excised wording is Kurtzer's reading of the documents, and I attribute it to him rather than stating it as settled beyond dispute. But you do not have to take only a critic's word for the broader point, because the Vatican's own chief archivist conceded it. Monsignor Sergio Pagano, the man who runs the Vatican secret archives, publicly acknowledged that the earlier Jesuit compilation had, in his words, sometimes looked at half of one document and the other half no, describing the omissions, in the institution's own voice, as strange. And there it is, in its purest form, the thing this whole night has been circling. The record was not locked in a vault. It was worse than that, and quieter than that. It was edited before you were ever allowed to read it. The document was the weapon and the tell at the same time. So the only question left was what would happen if the real thing, the unedited thing, ever actually opened. It opened on the 2nd of March, 2020. After decades of pressure, from Holocaust scholars, from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, from historians who had spent careers arguing that the 11 volumes were not enough, Pope Francis ordered the complete, previously sealed wartime archive of Pius XII opened to independent researchers. Some 16 million pages. For the first time in nearly 80 years, the institution relinquished control of its own wartime record and let outsiders read it without a Jesuit editor standing between them and the page. The scholars went in. Kurtzer published his findings in a magazine article that year, then in a full book in 2022, laying out the secret diplomacy, the edited memo, the picture of a pope more diplomat than witness. And the institution's reflex, even now, even in our own time, was exactly the reflex you have watched all night. The Vatican's own newspaper, L'Osservatore Romano, answered with a full-page rebuttal, pushing back the moment the findings stung. Meanwhile, the cause for Pius XII's sainthood, which had advanced to the stage of declaring him venerable back in 2009, sat stalled. The beatification quietly paused, tied up in exactly this unresolved history. The last door had opened at last, and what came out of it is not settled history in a book. It is a live argument, happening right now, among historians who have all now read the same 16 million pages and still do not agree. So I am going to do the thing I promised at the top of this chapter, and refuse to hand you a verdict, because the honest state of this question is that there isn't one, and I would rather leave you with the truth than with a tidy ending. There are, roughly, 3 honest positions, and serious people hold each of them. The critical case associated with Kurtzer, with the institutional position of Yad Vashem, with the whole silence as failure school, holds that the Pope had ample and early knowledge, that the edited memo reveals a private callousness beneath the public neutrality, and that the silence, at the decisive moments, was a moral failure that the largest moral voice in the world had no excuse to commit. The defense, argued by historians like José Sanchez and by the Vatican's current archivist of the period, Johann X, holds that an explicit papal condemnation would have brought savage reprisals down on Catholics and Jews alike, and they point to a real precedent. When the Dutch bishops publicly protested the deportations in 1942, the Nazis retaliated by intensifying them. They point, too, to the documented quiet rescue carried out in Rome in 1943 and 1944. Lives saved without a speech. And then there is the middle ground, emerging most clearly since the archive opened. Historians like Marla Stone, who see a pope who chose institutional survival and diplomatic caution over prophetic courage, a choice that is explicable, that a diplomat of his formation might have thought wise, and that is not, therefore, exonerated by being explicable. I am not going to choose among those for you. Not because I am dodging it, but because the whole video has been building toward the understanding that lets you sit with it honestly. The thing that was hidden here was never really the man's heart. Hearts are always unknowable. The thing that was hidden and edited and timed was the record. And for the first time in 80 years, that record is finally fully open. The last door is standing open. And still the argument goes on. Which means, if you have followed me this far, that you already understand the real subject of everything we have opened tonight. It was never any single pope or any single crime. It was the clock, and the question of who holds it. 20 doors, 11 centuries. And if you go back through them tonight, one at a time, you notice something. Not about sin, but about time. Every institution that has ever lasted has sinned. That is not the interesting part, and it was never the point of any of this. A murder at the altar during High Mass. A corpse dragged into court to be tried. A family that owned the papacy like a country estate. These are terrible and human things, and every long-lived power has its own version of them. The Vatican's real distinction was never that it sinned more than the rest. It was that it learned, better than any institution in human history, to control the one thing that turns a sin into a scandal, the timing of when the truth comes out. Look at the shape of it, laid end to end. The temporal power was founded on a forged deed and held for centuries because the Church controlled the parchment. A real confession that could have rewritten the story of the Templars sat misfiled for 700 years. When the modern truths did finally surface, notice how they came, never volunteered, always pried loose. A butler smuggling photocopies out in his own hands. A cardinal's conviction, then a partial retrial. A 449-page report the Church wrote about itself, published only once the man at its center was old and finished and useful to no one. And the last door, the heaviest one, opening only in the year 2020, on the institution's own schedule, decades after every person who might have been held to account was safely beyond its reach. That is the whole engine, and I will say it plainly just once, without dressing it up. The Vatican survived 2,000 years not by never sinning, but by outlasting every accuser and by holding the clock on disclosure in its own hand. Whoever gets to decide when a thing becomes known has already decided most of what it will mean by the time it does. And yet, here is the human note to fall asleep on, and it is not entirely a dark one. I told you at the start that the truth does not rise on its own, that it sinks and it waits. It waited on a servant girl's testimony, and on a butler's nerve, and on a scholar comparing a published page against the original it claimed to copy. And sometimes it waited 400 years for a myth to be quietly disproved. But door after door, across all those centuries, did finally open. Slowly, late, long after it should have. But they opened, which means the clock, however patient this institution has been, however long it has been willing to wait, the clock still turns. There are shelves in Rome that are still sealed tonight. There are doors down those corridors that have not yet been opened, and some of them will not be opened in our lifetimes. But if the long, strange history behind the 20 we open tonight teaches anything, it is that a sealed door is not the same thing as a settled question. It is only a question that is still waiting for its hour. The doors are quiet now. Sleep while they are. Since you made it this far, I'm glad you enjoyed the episode. If you would like to continue listening to episodes with similar themes, I linked them in the description below. You will also find a playlist of our most popular videos. Sleep now, Midnight Magnates. And wake up, as always, a little stronger and a little wiser. The story is done, but yours continues.